Golden Age Radio is starting now. Subscribe to get future updates.
Saddle up and hang on to your 10-gallon hat. Get ready to ride off into the sunset with pistols ablazing for this exciting lineup. Starting with the Lone Ranger, Gunsmoke, Have Gun Will Travel, Wild Bill, and then the Texas Rangers, followed by Dragnet, Calling All Cars, Richard Diamond, Secrets of Scotland Yard, and Black Museum.
A fiery horse for the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. The early settlers in the western United States worked hard to wrest a living from the soil. And though in time nature repaid them, they were unable to neglect their ranches or their cattle for a minute. As a result, the office of sheriff was held in many cases by a man who lacked the proper qualifications for the job. This, in turn, made the work of the masked rider of the plains more difficult. But he continued his fight for justice in spite of every discouragement. And in time, he brought law and order to a lawless frontier. And now return with us to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! Tunnel's waiting on the trail ahead. Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
The Lone Ranger and his faithful Indian companion Tonto were riding toward Osage when the first shot split the night.
Tonto, that sounded like a gun.
Not right.
There's another.
Maybe third shot come. That danger signal.
Steady, steady, Silver. There it is. 3 space shots. Kimosabe, that's the signal that help's needed badly.
It come from that way.
Come on,
Get him
Silver.
up, Scout.
There's a house of some sort over there. See it?
It's plenty dark round house.
Just make it out. I'm sure that's where the shots were fired.
We find out plenty soon.
Now I see a dim light in one window.
Tonto see it.
It's a candle set on the table inside. Throw there. Oh, go, steady, move.
Scout.
Dig around the outside of the house. I'll go in.
Tonto do that.
Right there, Silver. Door wide open.
Oh,
Steady, stranger.
help me.
I'll help you.
Come close, stranger.
Who fired those shots?
You heard 3 shots?
Yes.
It was me. Fired 2 of them.
Tell me who shot you.
The killer. He come in, and I knowed him.
Yes?
I fired and missed. He drilled me, then left.
The 3rd shot?
I done that firing. 3rd shot. Danger signal. Help.
Save your strength. That's a bad wound. I'll have a dress for you right away. Then we've got to get you in that bunk and have...
No. It's too late for that.
Perhaps not.
Listen close. Listen to what I say. I know who the killer is. I'm the fourth one he's killed.
Name him.
He
Steady now.
is...
While the Lone Ranger tried desperately to save the old man's life, 2 other riders headed toward the house.
I tell you, Bart, if that mysterious killer has got old Cephas Conway, ain't nothing short of being the worst doggone puzzle we ever had around these parts.
I sometimes think we're blame fools to be deputy sheriffs, Jack.
Why?
We do all the thinking and the hard work. We fetch a killer, why, we don't get the blame for it.
I know it.
We do fetch one in, old Thunderhead just sits there in a rocking chair and takes all the credit.
Yep, just so. But we can't let the sheriff down.
Fire-eating old Gila monster. If he had the use of his legs, I'd punch his nose and quit.
We can't quit a man in his condition, though. He counts on us.
Yeah, there's Cephas' place now.
Bart, I wonder how Sheriff Brell suspected Cephas might be in danger.
I don't know. There ain't no way of telling how old Thunderhead knows things. I sometimes think he just gets blamed good hunches.
Maybe that's so.
Other times, I think he has scouts reporting to him. Whatever it is, he sure as shooting keeps us in saddle leather.
Sure does, and I'll tell you one thing. If he sent us riding all the way to Cephas' house on nothing more than a hunch that the doggone killer that's been working around Osage would strike there, and if said hunch ain't right, here's one deputy that's going to shoot his mouth off aplenty.
Hey, ain't that a horse outside Cephas' house?
Can't tell much in the dark. Looks to be something on 4 legs.
A horse, right enough. Cephas ain't no horse of that color, has he?
Didn't have last week.
Here we are. Oh, there.
Oh, boy. Oh.
There's someone inside.
There's Cephas on the floor.
Heist your hands there, mister.
Mask, too, the killer.
Out of my way.
Stop him.
Shoot, Jack.
Get him. Well, Sheriff, as soon as he seen us there, he lowered his head and rushed us.
Yeah, and we was looking for him to slap leather.
He took us off guard, smacked into me hard, and slammed me back again the wall.
That's right, Sheriff. Then he shoved his hand in my face, and by the time we turned around, he was jumping from the porch to the saddle and hightailing like greased lightning.
And you didn't shoot him? Gosh, we poured lead after him, but it was like lightning, and it was dark as the inside of a mine.
I don't know why I keep a couple of slow-thinking, no-account deputies like you on the job. You let the killer get clean away. And him with 4 deaths to hang for.
I'd sure like to see him hang for murdering poor old Cephas.
Then why didn't you shoot him? What's the idea of drawing guns on him and then letting him charge into you? If only I had the use of my legs. I'd show you how to bring outlaws to justice.
I'd sure like to see you. It's easier to sit there and talk.
I told you Cephas was in danger, and I told you he'd be the next one to get killed.
But how'd you know that?
He come here to town last week.
Well, me and Jack didn't know that. Did we, Jack?
No, we didn't know he'd come to town.
Well, he did. He went to Judge Parker and told him he had a pretty fair notion who the killer was.
Yeah?
That was just after Doc Grant was killed.
And Conway was killed just 2 days after them 2 immigrants come to Osage.
Yeah. Well, as I say, the judge brought Cephas here, and he was going to bring me proof as to who the killer might be. I figure it's got to be someone right here in town. And I figure that whoever it was knowed that Cephas was going to name him and bring in some clues That's why I sent you two there.
I savvy.
Cephas didn't come as he was supposed to.
No.
So I wondered what was wrong. You went there and seen the killer in the act, and you let him get away. Blast you for a couple of fools.
Now, hold on, Sheriff. We ain't the fools you call us. We got something in the way of information that maybe even you didn't know.
Yeah?
Tell him, Bart.
There ain't just one killer. There's two.
Two?
Just so. When that hombre rode off, he yelled to an Indian. We caught a glimpse of the redskin riding off from beyond the house.
That's downright interesting. A redskin, eh?
And what's more, we hunted around the house with a lantern and found footprints.
The redskins?
That's right, Sheriff. He wore moccasins. If we find him, we can prove he's the man by fitting his feet in them prints.
Good. And we'll find him. We'll have men scour the whole doggone county if need be. Bring in every Indian you see till you get the right one.
His name is Tonto.
Good to know that. It may help. Now go on, boys. Go on. How I wish I had the use of my legs. I'd show you how to run them killers down.
The masked man and Tonto, after leaving the scene of the murder, made camp not far away. The next day, the Lone Ranger disguised himself and went into town. He returned that evening and told Tonto what he had learned.
Everyone in town thinks we're the killers, Tonto.
That's right.
I had to make that break to escape last night. There was too much evidence to point to my guilt, and I wouldn't have had a chance of proving that someone else killed that old man if I had been captured.
No feller in town more sure.
Yes.
What you find out?
Cephas was the fourth mysterious death.
Oh.
There were two people who came from the east, a man and his wife. They were murdered and robbed.
Who do that?
I don't know. Then a doctor in town was killed, but not robbed.
Then what happened?
Cephas came to town and thought he could help find the killer. He had some sort of a clue. He went to the judge, a man named Parker. The judge and Cephas talked with the sheriff. And Cephas was to go to his home and return with the evidence he had. When he didn't come back, the sheriff worried and sent deputies to see him.
And them find him dead?
Yes.
What we do now?
There are the facts. There's a murder around town. Right now, everyone's looking for two men. One with a mask and the other an Indian. If we stay around here, they'll find us. 20 men are searching.
Maybe better we go away, huh?
If we go away, Tonto, we'll be considered the murderers. The real killer will never be punished.
You got plan?
Yes.
What plan?
Listen to me carefully, Tonto. I'll outline it for you. It calls for risk, but finding the real murderer is worth some risk.
The next morning, the sheriff sat in his rocking chair on the porch of his home and watched Jack and Bart ride toward the house, leading a white horse.
Hey, what have you boys got there?
Come on there, blast you.
Where'd you get that white horse? Look at the critter fight them wolves.
Get him out there. Steady, blast your hide. Oh, get that rope around his rack, Jack.
Hey, is that an untrained drunk or what?
Steady there. Got the rope, Jack? That'll hold him. How do you like that, Sheriff? We captured the killer's horse.
And where's the killer?
I ain't seen him. We come on a camp, and there were signs of one man being around there and his horse. We hunted for the owner, but he couldn't be located.
But we fetched the horse in anyhow.
Well, that's something. The killer's without a horse. He can't travel far now.
Hey, Sheriff, there's someone coming. Look at him.
Paid horse.
Yeah.
That critter walking ahead is a redskin. Grab him. Grab all Injuns.
Hey, stick your hands up.
This is my prisoner. Oh, there. Oh, boy.
Hey, you stranger, you on that paint horse.
Yes?
Come here.
That's what I intend to do. I want you to throw this Indian in jail.
By thunder, that's just what we will do.
Shut up, Jack. I'll handle it. Hey, what have you got against him, stranger?
Trying to take this horse away from me.
Yeah? Well, now, Injun, where's your horse?
There, horse. That's my...
Oh, so that big white one's your horse, eh?
See how the horse lets a redskin touch him? He wouldn't let us do that.
It's his horse, all right.
And they're moccasins.
Well, do you want a prisoner or not? Can a man ride into Osage without being attacked by an Indian?
Reckon he can, fella. You're from the east, eh?
Didn't I come from that direction?
Reckon you did. So the redskin tried to take your horse?
Yes.
Uh-huh. Boys, does them moccasins of his look like they'd fit the marks you found?
They sure do.
Wait. Injun, have you got a name? What do you call?
Me name Tonto.
Whoa, the blame fool admits it. I guess he didn't know who we was and what we seen, huh?
You said the part of that masked man was Tonto.
And so he was. Sheriff, this here is one of the two men we want.
Did you want this man?
We sure did, stranger. And don't you worry. He won't try and take no more horses.
Is there a reward for him?
Well,
If there is, I'm staying around town.
You get on about your business. You didn't arrest him as a killer. All you done was haul him in for trying to take your horse. You don't share in no reward.
But after all, I brought...
Well, you'd better clear out, stranger. Lesson you got business here.
But listen here, Sheriff.
You heard me. Now get along.
Very well.
No sense letting strangers stay around here and cut in the reward money. Now lock that Injun up. I'll question him by and by and make him tell where his masked partner is hiding out.
Jailed by the sheriff, Tonto must depend on the Lone Ranger to save him from the hangmen. And the only way the masked man can do this is by finding the real killer. In just a moment, the second act of the Lone Ranger drama will be presented. Now, to continue our story. The sheriff ordered his chair carried to the door of Tonto's cell. Then he and Judge Parker questioned the Indian.
Indian, there's a chance that the jury might be lenient with you. After all, the man the law is interested in capturing is a white man.
Tonto, not tell.
It's true, ain't it, that your pard is someone right here in town?
Maybe him in town.
We all understand that you were just a tool of the white man.
Now, hold on, Judge. That Injun can't savvy your highfalutin talk. Only way to get him to squeal is by rough handling.
That won't make him talk, Sheriff. No amount of torture would loosen his tongue.
Killer, no, Tonto, not guilty.
Not guilty?
Why, you loco coyote? Do you mean to say you're going to claim to be innocent?
Me give proof someday.
Proof, eh?
You have proof?
Tonto show proof someday.
That's a good one. I'd like to know what that proof is. There can't be none.
Sheriff Brelt, it's possible that he has proof.
Well, if he has, it's proof against his white pard. The Injun is as guilty as sin.
Sheriff, your handicap doesn't quench your spirit any.
Not by a darn sight.
You merit the name Old Thunderhead.
Never mind that.
Tell me this, Tonto. What possible connection is there between the four people who have been killed? The first couple were robbed, but old Dr. Grant had nothing to steal. Neither did Cephas Conway.
Proof come maybe by and by.
Who's bringing it?
You find out by and by.
Sheriff, the Indian talks as if he was confident this proof would come and set him free.
You're from the East. You don't savvy the tricks a redskin will try and put over, Judge.
But Cephas spoke of proof he had.
Sure, and he was killed so's the killer could get that same and shut his mouth. Having done so, the masked hombre ain't going to fetch it back here, is he?
I don't know. I'm not convinced that the masked man who left Cephas' house when your deputies rode up is the killer.
You ain't? Why, of all the stubborn, hard to convince...
Did the deputies see him shoot?
No, but they got there when he was standing over the dead body. Then he made a break to get away.
I know that.
And they found that Cephas' place had been ransacked and something took from it. He must have been the one that took it. There ain't no one else could have done it.
Well, I don't...
Sheriff, we went back to Cephas' place and looked around some more.
Well,
Them prints of the Redskins, all right. No question about that.
I could have told you that without you going there.
We figured something else out.
Yeah?
That proof that Cephas had weren't anything very bulky.
How'd you know that?
Well, judging from the places the killer looked for it. It was blamed small, or he wouldn't have bothered hunting under the carpet in such places.
The point is, did he find it?
I don't know about that. All I know is that we didn't find it.
Proof come by.
Huh?
What's that?
Oh, the redskin claims he ain't guilty. And neither is his pard that rid the other white horse.
Other white horse?
Well, the Injun had one. And you said the masked man hightailed on a white one?
Oh, that's so.
But we didn't see the Injun's horse.
We got it here, ain't we? Right in the stable in back.
Say, Redskin, when do you think that proof is due to get here?
It come, maybe tonight.
How do you know?
Me know. Feller fetch proof. Him come through Tuttle Pass.
Tuttle Pass? That means he's coming from Red Rock way.
That right?
We ain't counting on that. You boys just keep hunting for the masked man and the white horse.
As evening approached, the men in town began to argue against any further delay in hanging Tontos.
I say we ought to lynch the critter.
Ain't no doubt but what he's a plenty guilty.
Sheriff's making a mistake in listening to his talk about proof coming through the pass.
That's how I figured.
I say lynch him.
But not now. Not while the sheriff's still up and around.
Boys, this is lynch talk.
Oh, evening, Judge. You better not hang around here. You'll be hearing things you'd sooner not listen to.
Boys, don't do it.
Now, Judge, it ain't no affair of yours.
Wait. Perhaps the Indian is telling the truth.
Wait, nothing. The sheriff is too blame lenient with him. It's time we had some law and order around here.
Old Doc saved my hide one time, and now he's dead. I, for one, ain't letting that go without squaring things for him.
I say the same.
Come on, Judge. You and me will take a little walk. The boys has things to talk over.
But I don't...
Come on.
Put your gun away.
Well, then come along. Let's just have a walk.
All right.
Let me know what the plans are when they get back, boy.
We will.
Yeah, we'll let you know.
Now, boys, if the sheriff had the use of his legs and could get about, then I'd say go and get the redskin right now.
Yeah, the sooner the better.
But being as he ain't able to get about, it'd be taking unfair advantage was we to do it so early. We better wait till he's in bed for the night.
That's right. Now, look, Steve, you go call on him, savvy?
Yeah.
When he goes to bed and settles down quiet so he won't know what's taking place, you come back and tell us. We'll all be here waiting.
Good enough.
Then we'll move on to jail and get the redskin.
Getting sort of late, Sheriff. Yep. Reckon it is, Steve. Time I got to bed. Want me to help you? Nope. I got things fixed in my house here so's I can sort of shove from one place to wherever I want to go. Good enough. I'll mosey on then. Good night, Steve. Thanks for dropping in. Good night, Sheriff. There.
That's you, Steve.
It's me. Sheriff's going to bed right away.
Good. We won't have long to wait then.
Let's get down to the cafe.
Right.
The boys all there?
There and waiting. We can see when the sheriff puts his light out, then we'll allow an extra half an hour and then go get the redskin.
Yep.
The men watched and waited. They saw the light in the sheriff's house go out, And then they went to the cafe and told their companions.
Ain't long now.
Half an hour, and then we move.
Hey, fellas, boys.
The deputy.
What are you doing here? You was out in the range hunting that masked man.
Boys, we come back to town and we just found out that the white horse is gone.
The engines?
Yeah, it's in the barn behind the jail. It's gone.
Who took it?
How do we know?
Jack, that loss don't mean nothing to us right now. We got other plans, savvy.
But you gotta listen.
Fact is, the redskin won't never have the chance to straddle that horse again anyhow.
But the saddle, the bridle, everything's gone. Bart's hunting up the judge to tell him.
Why the judge?
Well, you know how things are. The sheriff ain't able to get about. Most of us go to the judge with things when the sheriff's a bidder when he ain't at the office.
As I says, it don't matter none.
Sheriff told us never to wake him up with things.
Will you stop talking about it? We're aiming to string the redskin up.
Well, you can't do
We
it.
don't aim to be stopped, savvy that, Jack? Now, if you don't want to start trouble, you won't interfere when the odds are big against you.
Uh-huh. Aye, savvy.
Good.
Let's get started now.
Sure. There ain't no use waiting any longer.
When the group at the table rose, everyone in the cafe knew that the hour of hanging was at hand. They trooped from the place a body of nearly 50 men, some carrying ropes, others rifles to prevent interference with their plan. Meanwhile, the Lone Ranger headed from the east and came toward Tuttle's Pass.
It's good to be with you again, Silver, old boy. If everything works out, we'll have Tonto with us in a few minutes.
A man crouched behind a rock at the pass. At the first sound of approaching hoofs, he raised his long rifle and took careful aim at the rider. With each second, the Lone Ranger drew closer to the rock. The crouching man was ready. His finger closed on the trigger, but suddenly a sharp command rang out behind him.
Drop the gun, Sheriff.
What are you?
Come on, Silver!
You're covered. You've given yourself away.
I'll rope him now, Judge.
All right. All right, good friend, but now...
There! That'll hold you, Sheriff. Making believe you couldn't walk held you above suspicion for these murders.
You're the masked man, that horse.
Yes, I am the masked man. Tonto had to go to jail to let you know that I'd be coming through this pass. He had to make you think that the letter you burned in Cephas' place hadn't been entirely destroyed before I got there. You heard me coming and had to make your escape.
Stranger, in the name of heaven.
What's the matter, Judge?
Your friend, the Indian, they're hanging him.
Hanging Tonto? No!
Yes.
Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
Wait! Proof comes soon. You not hang Tonto.
Toss the rope over that branch.
No use wasting time. Wait!
Get it around it.
Wait!
We'll be all over it in 5 minutes.
Boys, this is the same as murder.
Here, why don't you wait till we find out where the judge went to?
Shut up. You deputies ain't nothing to say here.
That's the voice we heard.
Boys, wait! That's the masked man.
Bring the engine up.
He's riding this way. Look at him come.
Hold that hanging! You're the wrong man! Hold it! Oh, Silver! Hold it! I'll shoot the man that touches that rope! Listen to me! The judge has the sheriff in the pass! The sheriff went there alone! He could walk as well as anyone! He's been robbing people for some time! Stevens had a letter about the killings, and he wanted the judge with it. The doctor was killed because he learned that the sheriff could walk. The first two died because they saw the sheriff when he robbed them. Stevens didn't know who was guilty when he came to town with his letter. All he knew was that the mysterious killer was an important man in town. The sheriff was afraid, so he killed Stevens. He had to run when he heard Tonto and me coming. He threw the letter in the fire and left the house. Stevens told me everything before he died. But the sheriff thought the letter gave his name and had not been burned. He waited there at the pass thinking the letter was being brought there. The judge is there now, holding him a prisoner.
That ornery cuss, that's how he knows so much.
I told the judge everything, and he helped set the trap. Go get the sheriff. He's your man. Tonto, just waiting outside of town. Come on, we'll both ride Silver to get him. Me ready. Hi-yo, Silver! Away! There's going to be trouble in the gold country. Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by Chesterfield, America's most popular two-way cigarette. What a pair. Chesterfield King Size at the new low price. Chesterfield Regular.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely. It was a hard 2-day ride back from Fort Wallace, or I'd gone on government business. And I was pretty saddle-weary when I reached Dodge late the second night. So I went straight to bed without seeing anybody. I'd been gone a couple of weeks, but I'd wired Chester a few days before when to expect me back. And he wasn't surprised when I walked into the office next morning.
I figured you'd rode in last night sometime, Mr. Dillon, but I didn't want to bother you.
Oh, bother me? Why, was there trouble last night, Chester?
Well, no, sir, but everybody was sort of expecting you.
Oh.
Where was you yesterday, anyway? I mean, where'd you ride from?
Pawnee Creek. I camped at Rocky Bend up there.
Oh, Rocky Bend's a good camp. I remember it. Oh, I meant to tell you, Mr. Dillon, they hung up a new sign at the Texas Trail across the street there. Come on over here at the window and you can see it.
Well, I'll look later, Chester. I'd like to go through my mail now.
Yes, sir. Well, now who's that?
What?
About 4 men just pulled up in a wagon right out in front there. They're getting down. Hey, they're heading this way. I don't believe I know any of them.
Well, let them in anyway, huh, Chester?
Oh, yes, sir. Come in, gentlemen, come in.
Where's Marshal Dillon?
He's just sitting right there at his desk, mister.
Marshal, I'm Red Samples.
Hello?
These other men here work for me, except him. Huggins, come up here. This is Jim Huggins, Marshal.
Huggins?
Hello, Marshal. There's another man laying in the back of the wagon out there, Marshal. He's been shot.
Did you say shot?
That's what I said.
Oh, then I better run upstairs and get Doc Adams. I'll be back, Mr. Dillon.
Doc Adams ain't going to do him any good.
No?
The man's dead, Marshal. He's been dead since yesterday morning.
Who is he?
Lou Price.
Lou Price?
That's right. Same man you ran out of town about a month ago. You were pretty mad at him, the way I heard it.
Yeah, I was. He tried to put a knife into me.
Nobody saw him try.
How do you know that?
He told me. Lou Price was a sort of partner of mine, Marshal.
Oh?
Buying up cattle, Marshal, all over Kansas. Buying lots of them. I have me a big ranch when I'm through, up on Pawnee Creek.
Well, that's fine.
You were camped on Pawnee Creek night before last, weren't you, Marshal?
Yeah, I was.
At Rocky Bend.
That's right.
Hear that, men? The only reason I asked Marshal was that Jim Huggins happened to see you there.
Oh, is that so? I don't remember seeing him.
Doesn't matter. As long as he saw you. Tell him, Huggins.
It was him, all right.
That's where Lou Price was shot, Marshal, at Rocky Bend. Poor Lou, he never had a chance. He wasn't even armed.
Happened yesterday morning. I seen the whole thing.
Huggins, tell us who killed Lou.
He did.
What?
You did, Marshal. You're the man I saw. You shot him.
All right, what's your game, Samples?
I've got no game. My partner was murdered. You had a grudge against him. You just admitted before witnesses you were at Rocky Bend. Jim Huggins has identified you as the man he saw kill Lou. It's good enough evidence for any court of law. You'll hang for it, Marshal.
You got it all figured, haven't you?
We're going down right now and swear it out legal on paper. Then I'm going to send it to the governor. Don't you try to get away, Marshal. We'll run you down, sure.
Yeah, I expect you would, Samples. Your men look like professional gunmen. Except for Huggins there.
I never saw Huggins till he run into us yesterday.
I don't bear you no grudge, Marshal. I'm only trying to do what's right.
Sure. Sure you are.
All right, let's get going, men. The sooner I get this to the governor, the sooner we'll see justice done. Remember what I said, Marshal. Don't you try to run.
What a pair.
What a buy. They're talking about king-size Chesterfield at the new low price. And Chesterfield Regular. They're the quality twins. Either way you like them, you get the same highest quality, the same low nicotine, the same wonderful taste and mildness, a refreshing smoke every time. Yes, the Chesterfield you smoke today is the best cigarette ever made, and it's America's most popular two-way cigarette. So buy a carton today. King-size Chesterfield at the new low price. Or Chesterfield Regular. What a pair they are. They satisfy millions. They're best for you.
I'll say one thing for Red Samples. He had about as good a case against me as I'd ever heard of against any man. And there was nothing I could do about it but wait and see what happened next. Meantime, he spread the word around Dodge, and people began looking at me like I was a white buffalo. I guess it wasn't often they had a U.S. Marshal walking around with a murder charge against him. But finally, one night, a couple of weeks later, something did happen. I was sitting with Kitty watching the crowd at the Texas Trail.
I'll fetch you a drink, Matt.
No thanks, Kitty.
You're expecting trouble of some kind, aren't you?
Seems to me I got enough trouble already.
I know. Matt, I hate to say it, but I think half the people in Dodge believe you're guilty.
Yeah, sure. And the other half just doesn't care one way or the other.
Well, I don't think you are.
Don't you?
Of course I don't.
Then why don't we talk about something else?
You're edgy.
Sure, I'm edgy. I stay that way to keep from falling asleep all the time.
Now, don't get all riled up. I didn't mean anything.
I'm sorry, Kitty. I guess this business is getting on my nerves after all.
Well, I should think it would. Why don't you go and get good and drunk? Forget the whole thing that way.
Kitty, if I ever got drunk, I could name you 10 men right here in Dodge who'd cut cards for the honor of shooting me down.
Mr. Dillon? Oh, hello, Miss Kitty.
Evening, Chester. Sit down.
Thank you. I've been down to the telegraph office, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, any news?
Yes, sir, but you won't like it. Here it is, sir. A telegraph from Washington, D.C.
How do you know I won't like it?
Well, You see, I was standing there when he was writing it out, and I couldn't help watching him work and all that.
I don't want to read it, Chester. You tell me what it says, huh?
Well, it's from the War Department, and it says they heard from the governor, and, well, you'd better read it, Mr. Dillon.
No, you're doing fine. Go ahead.
Well, you're suspended.
What?
You're suspended from U.S. Marshal, Mr. Dillon. And to make it legal and formal like, they're sending somebody to arrest you and take you up to Hayes City for trial.
I don't believe it.
Neither do I, Miss Kitty, but that's what it says. It's the only way they see how to clear this up proper.
Evening, Dillon. Miss Kitty. Oh, I see Chester beat me back with the news.
What? How'd you know about this, Samples?
I'm just as interested in this business as you are, Chester, so I sort of talked the clerk into giving me a copy of that telegram after you'd left.
Well, you got no doubt on
It's
right to go
okay,
snooping
Chester.
around.
It doesn't matter.
Dillon, Dodge is going to breathe a lot easier now that you're suspended. You won't be around as marshal.
I'm still around, Samples.
But you're not marshal anymore. You won't be around for long, anyway.
Tell me something, Samples.
Sure.
With me out of office, are you going to be breathing easier, too?
I'll tell you, Dillon. There are 2 reasons I'll be glad to see you hang. One is for murdering my partner.
And the other?
Well, I always heard you were too strict here, and I like to do a little gambling now and then.
Oh?
In fact, I'm thinking of running a few tables myself.
I see.
It's more fun without some hard-nosed lawman looking over your shoulder all the time. You understand?
Yeah, I understand.
Well, I'll see you at the trial. I hope I'm around when they come to arrest you, Dillon.
You probably will be.
So long.
What's he talking about, Mr. Dillon? You're being too strict. Why, there's plenty of gambling going on in Dodge right now.
Not his kind of gambling, Chester.
What do you mean?
Well, he told me he's buying up cattle and getting himself a big ranch. But he's probably going to finance it from his gambling. And that takes a lot of money. Sure, steady money.
Oh.
And I've always run crooked gamblers out of Dodge.
Matt, what are you going to do?
I don't know, Kitty. I'd sure like to have a talk with that witness of theirs, Jim Huggins.
Well, why don't you?
Well, I can't find him. I got him hid out someplace.
Matt, is there something I can do?
No, nothing, Kitty. Thanks anyway.
Well, there she comes, Mr. Dillon, right on time.
There are not many people at the depot this morning, are there?
No, sir, but anyway, I'm glad I talked you into walking down here with me. There is just nothing pleasures me more than watching a train come in.
At least it doesn't cost anything.
My, I'd like to drive one of them. Wouldn't you, Mr. Dillon?
No, they're too noisy for me, Chester.
Hello, Marshal.
Hello, John.
Maybe if I talked to the Santa Fe people, they'd let me try it sometime, you think?
Hey, wait a minute.
What?
Over there, just getting off, the man with the long hair.
Well, it's Wild Bill Hickok.
It sure is. Hey, Bill! Hey, Bill!
Hello, Matt.
How are you, Bill?
How are you, Chester?
Fine, Mr. Hickok, just fine.
Hey, this is quite a surprise. Why didn't you let me know you were coming?
I didn't know myself till just before I left Abilene.
Well, how is Abilene these days?
Well, I'm still sheriff there. Guess I will be till somebody gets around to shooting me.
Oh, nobody's going to shoot you, Mr. Hickok.
They keep trying, Chester.
They keep missing, too, don't they, Bill?
Well, so far. Maybe that's just because nobody's tried to shoot me in the back yet.
Yeah, you've always worried about that, haven't you?
I'll tell you something, Matt.
What?
I don't think I'd mind so much if I was to be shot by a man like you.
By me?
You might take it in mind to try it. I never could tell which way he was going to jump next. Like, right now...
Wait a minute.
Yeah?
You came here to arrest me, didn't you?
That's what I come for.
Yeah, sure. I might have known they wouldn't send a tin horn.
Guess they figured you might not take easy, Matt. I tried to tell them they could lose a good lawman this way. We're a pretty fair match, you and me.
Yeah? Yeah, we are.
Well?
It's your play, Bill.
No, I guess that can wait a while.
Okay.
I'm still on salary, man.
So?
Let's go have ourselves a drink.
Good.
You too, Chester?
Thank you. I'd be right proud to, Mr. Hickok.
I figure if I get a couple of drinks in you, Matt, I might worm your side of this business out of you.
Why, Bill? Don't you believe their side?
Well, I've seen you pretty mean and ornery, but even if I was to watch you judged and hung for it, I still wouldn't believe Matt Dillon killed an unarmed man.
Thanks, Bill.
Yeah, that girl headed this way. Ain't that Kitty?
Yes, sir, it sure is.
Matt, I've been looking everywhere for you. Well, it's Bill Hickok.
Hello, Kitty. How are you?
Oh, I'm fine. What are you doing in Dodge?
Well, I sort of come on business.
You said you were looking for me, Kitty?
Matt, I know where he is.
Where who is?
The witness they've been hiding, Jim Huggins.
What? Well, where is he?
Red Samples was in the Texas Trail drinking last night, and the bartender heard him tell one of his gunmen to take some food out to the loft at the OK stable.
Bill.
Yeah?
While you're buying me a drink, I think I'd kind of like to buy Kitty one. Later on, back at my office, I explained the situation to Bill Hickok, and we talked it over. And then we sat around the rest of the day talking about old times and people and horses and guns. And along about evening, we went up and laid out our plan to Doc Adams. As soon as it got dark, we went over to the OK stable and took Jim Huggins out of the loft and got him across the street and up to Doc's office before he was real sure what was happening.
Put him on the couch there, gentlemen. We want him to be comfortable.
What are you doing with me?
Move, Huggins. Do what Doc says.
That's it. Just over here. Yeah, that's fine, Huggins. Now then, you just relax.
When's Chester going to get here?
He'll be along, Bill.
Bill, huh? Who are you? I never seen you before.
Mister, you're going to see me double before the night's out.
What?
Hey, never mind, Huggins. You'll find out. Now you tell me. Have you ever had any heart trouble?
Heart trouble?
Yes. You ever have dizzy spells, faint, have to lie down suddenly, anything like that?
Well, a horse kicked me in the head once. Made me awful dizzy.
I'm asking about your heart, not your brains. I don't want anybody to die here. The business is bad enough as it is.
What are you going to do with me? What's this all about?
Oh, over here, Chester.
I got it. I got plenty.
That's good. Just put them on the table here, Chester. Let's, 3 quarts? Well, this is a man we're working on, not an elephant, Chester.
Well, I wanted to be sure there was enough, Doc.
Open one up in Chester. There's a glass there.
Yes, sir. Here you are, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah.
What is that? What are you doing?
It's nothing but good whiskey, Huggins. And for once in your life, you're going to drink all of it you want. Maybe a little more. Here.
Oh, no, I don't want to drink all that whiskey, Marshal. I couldn't hold all that.
Oh, you can drink it slow, Huggins. But you're going to drink it. Now, go on. Go on, get started.
We will return for the last act of Gunsmoke in just a moment.
They've got the taste and they've got mildness, millions all agree.
They're low in nicotine and they're the highest quality.
30 years research went into this great cigarette.
So here is all you say to get the finest smoking yet.
Chesterfield's for me, Chesterfield's for me. You just say it's Chesterfield's for me.
Remember, friends, Chesterfield is tested and approved by 30 years of scientific tobacco research. For the taste and mildness you want, next time say Chesterfield's for me. Buy a carton of king-size Chesterfield at the new low price, or Chesterfield Regular. What a pair they are. They're best for you.
You sure you got it all, Bill?
Just about, Matt. There she is. Want to read it over?
No, you heard everything I did.
Well, gentlemen, your friend Huggins has got one of the biggest hangovers coming up any man will have to endure.
Is he still out, Doc?
It won't hurt him any, though. I sent Chester out for some coffee.
I could use a little coffee myself, Doc.
There'll be enough. Oh, say, wasn't it something how that Huggins talked once he got started? I told you, you get enough whiskey in the man and he'd start bragging.
Well, you were sure right, Doc.
He's not going to feel so big and smart when he wakes up.
I don't know. The man was awful drunk. He may not even remember what he said.
He'll remember when we tell him we even know where he hid the money Red Samples paid him.
Yeah, that's Samples. Imagine him shooting his own partner.
Well, he's smart, Doc. You shoot your partner, you get his half, don't you?
That's a fine way for a lawman to be talking.
You mean an ex-lawman, don't you? You know, Bill, I'm just starting to get mad about all this. Come on, let's get going.
Oh, Matt, you calm down a spell. We got to get Huggins to sign all I got wrote down here first. Doc, how long it'll be before he'll know what he's doing?
Oh, maybe 5, 6 hours.
Look, Bill, you do what you like, but I'm going after Samples before he finds out his witness is missing.
It don't seem quite legal till we get Huggins' signature.
Maybe not, but my arresting Samples isn't going to be quite legal anyway.
I'll arrest him.
No, you won't, Bill. He's mine.
All right, Matt. But I'm coming along.
Okay. But you stay out of it.
Matt, once you get your tail up and your stinger out, you're the hardest man to stop I ever saw. Matt, I've been thinking. Supposing we hadn't got Huggins to talk, what had you done then?
You mean would I have fought you when you tried to arrest me?
It's been on my mind, son.
I wouldn't have fought you.
Because we're a good match for each other?
I'll fight any man alive if I think I'm in the right.
Of course. I don't know you ever been afraid of anything.
I've been afraid lots of times, Bill. And so have you.
Well, maybe.
I guess I've worked on the side of the law too long to go against it just because I'm the one that's caught. Well, here's the Olafraganza. They'll be in here.
Which one's Samples, Matt?
The end of the bar, the one in the middle. The other two are his gunmen. Come on. Samples? Samples, I'm taking you to jail.
You gone crazy, Dillon? You're the one that's going to jail.
It's no use, Samples. Jim Huggins has confessed the whole deal.
What?
You killed Lou Price, and you paid Huggins to testify that I did it. You paid him $500 and promised him another $500 after the trial.
He's lying. Who's going to believe that?
I believe it. And don't look at your hired help. They're not going to get you out of this.
You can't throw anybody in jail, Dillon. You ain't a marshal anymore.
No, that's not stopping me.
It ain't legal.
Wait a minute, gentlemen. It's true Matt Dillon ain't a marshal right now, but I'm making this arrest, and I'm deputizing him to help me.
Who are you?
Sheriff, up at Abilene. Samples, I want them 2 hound dogs of yours to move a little to one side where I can keep an eye on them easier.
Forgetting it's 3 against 2.
That's fair enough odds for us. Start shooting.
No, Bill. There's no need for killing. I want these men alive.
You ain't taking me alive, Dillon. You, nor Hickok, nor anybody else. I ain't gonna hang.
Drop your gun belt, Samples.
Why? We just might be lucky enough to kill you. Take Dillon first, men, and then go for Hickok.
Wait, Samples.
Now!
All right. What about you two?
They never moved a finger, Matt. They're too scared.
All right, you gunmen. Pick up Samples and carry him out of here.
Ain't you gonna take their guns first, Matt?
You don't hobble a horse with a busted leg, Bill. Let them keep their guns. Later, Hickok and I decided to run Jim Huggins and Samples' 2 gunmen out of town. And the way they took off, we figured they reached California before they stopped to breathe. The next day, Bill went back to Abilene and took Huggins' confession with him. And a week later, I had a wire of apology from the governor. Washington took a little longer. They just sent me my regular paycheck with the time of my suspension carefully deducted, which left me almost enough money to pay for the liquor I'd poured into Jim Huggins.
Here is our star, William Conrad.
I'd just like to repeat what George Fenneman told you earlier. The Chesterfield you smoke today is the best cigarette ever made. I hope you'll try them. Regular or king size, I'm sure you'll find Chesterfield is best for you.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were John Daner, Vic Perrin, and James Nusser. Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke.
Filter tip smokers, this is it. L&M Filters. At last, a filter tip cigarette with much more flavor, much less nicotine. L&M's Miracle Tip contains alpha cellulose for effective filtration. It's the filter that counts, and L&M has the best. Yes, this is it. As Patricia Morrison puts it, L&M filters are just what the doctor ordered. Buy L&M Filters. The light and mild smoke.
Without your letters, your friend in the service feels out of touch, lonely, and it's tough to be lonesome. The USO knows a letter always makes a fellow feel better. Mail from you brings the warmth of home and friends to him wherever he is. So, write today. Remember, it's tough to be left out at mail call. Next week at the same time, Chesterfield will bring you another transcribed story of the Western frontier on Gunsmoke. This is the CBS Radio Network.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
This man has owed a debt to society for 15 years. If you take him now, a child may die. Surely a few days more won't make any difference. Have Gun, Will Travel. Starring Mr. John Daner as Paladin. San Francisco, 1875. The Carlton Hotel, headquarters of a man called Paladin.
Oh, good afternoon, Mr. Paladin.
Afternoon. Any messages for me?
Yes, a telegraph came a few minutes ago. I was going to send it up to you. Here you are, sir.
Thank you. Huh. Clerk, would you tell Hey Boy I'll be up in my room? I'd like to see him.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Oh, Mr. Paladin.
Oh, Hey Boy, you're just the one I wanted to see.
Oh, yes, sir. You enjoy your afternoon walk?
I did. Hey Boy, do you have time to come up and help me pack my gear?
Oh, yes, sir. Hey, you go away again?
I have to make a trip to Fort Larson in Arizona.
Arizona?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Mr. Paladin, you must be very careful when travel in Arizona.
Why?
Maybe you meet Daddy-Eye Dick.
Daddy-Eye Dick?
Oh, yes, sir. Daddy-Eye Dick is very bad man.
Hey Boy, have you been reading Ned Buntline again?
You watch out for that bad man, Mr. Paladin.
Hey, boy, Dead-Eye Dick isn't real. He lives only in Mr. Buntline's imagination.
Oh, no, sir. He really lives in Arizona, really.
Oh, well, all right. Have it your way. Now, I'll tell you what. If I see Dead-Eye riding down the street with his 6 guns blazing, I'll run into the nearest saloon and hide under the table.
Yes, sir. You do that.
I was carrying a message to the commanding officer at Fort Larson. It was a personal message, but not urgent, fortunately. I'd been riding for many hours through a hot, desolate stretch of the Arizona desert. My horse and I both needed water. So when I saw a wagon road leading to a ranch, I turned off to follow it. The ranch house was about 2 miles from the trail, set in a sparse grove of cottonwoods. When I rode into the yard, I found a young woman trying awkwardly and without much success to hitch a horse to a spring wagon. She didn't seem to hear me as I pulled up and dismounted.
Oh, wait. No.
Need a hand, ma'am?
Huh?
Oh, here now, please, ma'am. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to stop you.
No, thank God for you. That's what I've been hoping and praying somebody'd come along to help me.
Well, look, you come over here in the shade while I do that.
I'm sorry. You don't know how awful to feel for help.
No, that's no job for a woman.
My husband and the man have been gone a week driving some stuff to San Carlos. I can manage all right alone. Only my baby.
Your baby?
My little boy. He's sick. He's terrible sick. I got to get him to a doctor.
Where do you have to go?
Cottonwilla. That's about 20 miles south.
And there isn't a doctor closer?
Oh, I guess Dr. Murphy's the only one for hundreds of miles hereabouts. Thank the good Lord for him. And thank the good Lord for sending you along to help me, mister.
I'm glad he did. My name is Paladin.
Oh, I'm Elizabeth Higgins. I never figured myself wanting to go to pieces like this. But I'm so scared. That poor little turkey.
Now, look, Mrs. Higgins, you go get the little boy ready to travel while I finish this hitching job.
I'll drive you to Cotton Willow.
Oh, I'm mighty grateful. I can't understand it, Mr. Paladin. I can't understand why the doctor's office is all closed up like that.
He's probably out on a call.
Well, always when he has to go out, he leaves a note on the door saying where he is and when he'll be back.
Who now? Now, you wait in the wagon. I'll go into the sheriff's office here. Maybe he'll know where we can find him. How is the boy?
Well, he's quiet now. He's worn out from all that fretting, I guess. Oh, he's so feverish. Dr. Murphy will know what to do.
Well, we'll find him. Try not to worry, Mrs. Higgins. Sheriff?
Yes, sir? What can I do for you?
Sheriff, my name is Paladin. I'm looking for Dr. Murphy. And Mrs. Higgins is out there in the wagon. She has a very sick baby.
Oh, Elizabeth Higgins?
Yes, I drove her in from the ranch. Where can we find the doctor?
I'm afraid you can't.
Well, why not?
Took him this morning on a warrant.
You took him on a warrant? Well, what are you talking
No,
about?
not me. A deputy marshal showed up here yesterday with a warrant for the doctor. Nothing I could do. Papers was in order. I had to honor him.
What was he wanted for?
Oh, a killing in Missouri. Happened a long time ago. But a murder warrant never runs out.
But what about Mrs. Higgins' baby? That child needs a doctor.
Oh, I'd take Elizabeth and the boy over to my place. The wife's pretty good with folks that's ailing. Ain't another doctor in 200 miles.
200 miles? Sheriff, I've got to catch up with Dr. Murphy. When did they leave?
About noon.
They're headed east?
Yeah.
Do you know who the deputy marshal is that's taking him in?
Yeah. Name is Leo Grange.
Leo Grange?
Yeah.
Why, he's nothing but a rotten bounty hunter.
So I've heard, but he had a commission. I made him show it to me.
Sure, he takes a deputy commission any place he can wangle one. Grange has been in the business of collecting reward money a long time, and it seldom happens that a man in his custody is ever delivered alive.
What do you mean?
Well, it cuts down on his profits to transport a live prisoner.
Well, you don't think...
Sheriff, I'm going after them and bring that doctor back. That baby needs him.
Constipation is something people don't talk about much, but it can be a problem for anyone, even doctors. And when constipation occurs, it's interesting to see just what doctors consider important about a laxative they might use or recommend. Well, a majority of the doctors we heard from had this to say.
A laxative should be effective, gentle, close to natural acting. A medicine that can be used with complete confidence.
Now, X-Lax has been popular with many doctors and millions of people over the years because pleasant-tasting chocolated X-Lax is effective. Overnight, it helps you toward your normal regularity. X-Lax is so gentle, so close to natural acting, there's no upset. That's why many doctors and millions of people use X-Lax with complete confidence. X-Lax, the laxative that helps you toward your normal regularity gently, overnight.
Leo Grange and his prisoner had a good 4-hour start on me, and they were traveling fast. When I finally caught up with them, they were making camp for the night. I dismounted and walked toward their campfire.
All right. What do you want?
Put the gun back, Grange.
Paladin.
Now, since you remember me, maybe you'll remember you were smart enough to back down the last time we met, so put the gun back, Grange. Do it.
What are you doing here?
I want you prisoner.
What?
Dr. Murphy?
Yes?
I've been chasing you all the way from Cotton Willow. There's a little boy who needs you. He is desperately sick.
Well, who is it?
The Higgins baby.
Why, I brought that boy into this world.
If we leave right now and ride as fast as we can, we might get there in time.
It's really serious?
Yes, it is. Let's go.
Look, there's $1,000 on his head. You're not taking that away from me, Paladin.
Didn't you hear him? The child may be dying. I must go. It's my duty as a doctor.
Never mind. You're a prisoner.
Mr. Grange, this debt society is so bent on collecting. I've owed for 15 years. Now, surely a few days more won't make any difference.
You move and I shoot.
Don't you draw that gun, Grange.
I'm not taking anything from you, Paladin. I'm an officer of the law.
Don't waste that on me, Grange. I know all about you and your commissions.
The fact remains that I am a deputy marshal. This is my prisoner. If he moves against my orders, it's attempted escape, and I have a right to shoot.
Sure, that's the way you usually manage to work things out, isn't it?
All right. So it'd be an easy way to make my 1,000. If both of you keep that in mind. I'm the law, Paladin. This is a prisoner. You're butting in.
Well, let me put you straight. If I have to kill you to save that boy's life, I'll do it.
You're trying to do me out of that 1,000. And you ain't going to get away with it. Why, you...
You're just lucky to have a doctor right here who can take care of that hand for you.
You're interfering with the law. Assaulting a deputy marshal. Paladin, you're under arrest.
You make me sick.
You take him back to that town, I'll swear out charges against you.
Dr. Murphy, do what you can for his hand, and we'll get started.
Yes, we're wasting valuable time.
You ain't getting away from me. You wait, I'll show you. I ain't leaving you out of my sight, not for a minute, either of you.
All right, you go on in, Doctor. I'll take care of the horses.
No, you don't. You're staying together. So I can keep an eye on both of you.
We can't waste time arguing. The horse will have to wait, Paladin. Hello, Clem.
Oh, Doc, thank heaven you got here. Come on in. Come on in.
Where is he, Clem?
Now, wait a minute. Sheriff Fuller, this man Paladin here is under arrest, and I want him jailed.
Oh, please, Mr. Green.
He's under arrest for interfering with the law and assaulting an officer. Now, take him over to the jail and lock him up.
Lock him up. Please, gentlemen, there's no time for this.
Well, there's gotta be. Fuller, do the job you're paid to do, or I'll see that you lose that badge.
What about this, Paladin?
I guess he's within his rights, Sheriff.
Well, all right, Grange, all right. Can it wait till morning? I'll be responsible for him. Huh?
Take his gun.
Yeah. Here, Sheriff. I agree with the doctor. We're wasting time.
Where is he, Clem? Where's the boy?
Oh, he's right in there. Right in there. The wife finally got Elizabeth to lay down. She's upstairs sleeping. First sleep she's had.
Bring me a basin of water and a towel, will you, Clem?
Oh.
I'll have a look at him.
Well, now, hold it. I'm going along. Come on, Paladin, you too.
What are you talking about?
I meant it. Till I see you behind bars, you ain't getting out of my sight.
Don't be a fool, Grange.
You understand, I may not be able to make an immediate diagnosis.
You just go on, do what you have to do. And when I get Paladin put away, we'll get on with our business.
Change to Camel. The Camel blend of caustic tobaccos has never been equaled for real smoking satisfaction. Have a real cigarette.
Have a Camel!
Start to really enjoy smoking again.
wasn't important to take issue with Leo Grange. All that mattered was the child. So we sat silently through the night while the doctor kept his vigil at the bedside of the little boy. He was grave and concerned. Then finally, toward morning, he got up and walked to the window. It's almost daylight, Doctor.
Yeah? That means you're practically on your way to jail, Paladin. And Murphy and I can start out again. Now that the doc's done his duty, I'm going to do mine.
Doctor, you said you'd know by morning.
I do. All night long I've been hoping that what I suspected wasn't true. Paladin, have you been vaccinated?
Oh, yes.
You, Mr. Grange, you've been vaccinated?
That hocus pocus. I'd just as soon have an Indian medicine man doing his jig around me.
Well, Mr. Grange, you'd better get in touch with your medicine man. This baby has smallpox.
Smallpox?
As far as I know, this is the first case in the area. I'll have to start vaccination. Everyone in town, the surrounding country. We can't let this spread.
You mean vaccine?
Yeah. The nearest supply I know of is at Fort Larson.
Oh, well, I have business there. I'll get it for you. I'll start now.
Paladin, you ain't starting no place except to jail.
Grange, I can abide a stubborn man, but not a stupid one. Don't you realize how serious this is?
Look here, you've pushed me just as far as you're going to.
Now, Mr. Grange, you'd better think about saving yourself. Unless we get some vaccine and fast, I can just about promise you you're a dead man.
Now, that might scare me if I believed you. But it's a trick. You're stalling for time. I'll get the sheriff.
Sheriff?
No, I couldn't sleep. I was sitting out there all night.
Well, how is he, Doc? Smallpox.
Oh, no.
I need a supply of vaccine from Fort Larson right away.
Can I go after it?
Have you been vaccinated?
No.
Well, then you can't go. Paladin's a logical man.
Paladin is under arrest.
Oh, now, Grange, in this case...
Sheriff, the law's the law. That badge says you're supposed to enforce the law, and you don't alter the law to suit your convenience.
Come here, Grange. Come here. You look at that child. Look at him. That's smallpox. We don't have a cure for it. Sure as God made little apples, your turn with it is coming.
No, not me.
We can't cure it. We can prevent it with vaccination. When there's been exposure, you, the sheriff, the people in this house, we can, if we work fast enough, ensure a mild attack with vaccination. Nothing can save this baby now but prayer. I don't think anybody's going to pray over you, Grange. So if you're interested in saving your skin, get some sense.
I think maybe you mean that.
Doctor, I guess Mr. Grange is ready to alter the law.
See now. Today we got the Allen Ranch, the Daly Ranch, and the Glenville School. That ought to about do it.
I guess you've got the whole county vaccinated, Doctor. It's been quite a battle, hasn't it?
Yeah. We didn't have to fight ignorance and superstition. How much easier a doctor's job would be. Oh. Well, might as well look in on the folks here at the sheriff's place.
Hey. Look there.
Dr. Murphy, just a minute. I want to talk to you.
Yes, Mr. Grange?
I want to say so long.
Where are you going?
I'm riding on.
Do you feel well enough to travel?
Sure. And I want to thank you, Doc, for pulling me through the way you did.
I was doing my job, Grange.
I know how hard you worked. I'm glad the little fella made it.
Well, we can thank the good Lord for that.
Here, Paladin.
What's that?
My deputy commission. Expired 3 weeks ago while I was sick. Well, so long. Thanks again, Doc.
Amazing what a little fear of the devil will do to a man.
Yeah. Doggone it anyway.
What's the matter?
Well, this may mean that old warrant for my arrest will just be forgotten.
Well, that's good.
No, it isn't. 15 years ago, I was accused of killing a man. There's written proof of my innocence. But I ran from the charge because somebody who didn't deserve it would have been hurt if the truth were known. 10 years ago, that somebody died, and I've been trying ever since to get back to Missouri to clear my name. But every time I get ready to leave, somebody fractures a bone or decides to have a baby or breaks out in spots. Paladin, would you like a job?
Well, sure. What is it?
Bounty hunter.
A bounty hunter?
Well, a philanthropic bounty hunter. You take me back to Missouri, turn me in, collect that $1,000 on my head.
What?
Think of the nice little hospital I could set up for the folks in this county with that money.
Oh, I see. Dr. Murphy, you have just made a bargain.
Oh, here, coffee, Mr. Paladin.
Thank you, hey boy.
Oh, my. Glad to see you home, safe and sound, Mr. Paladin. Hey, you run into a bad killer there in Arizona?
As a matter of fact, I did.
Oh, did I, Dickie? You fix him, I bet.
No, hey boy, the killer wasn't Deadeye Dick. It was smallpox. And I didn't have to fix him. Another man did that quite a few years ago. His name was Edward Jenner, and he discovered vaccine.
It's a simple fact that 70% of all mentally ill can be helped to find the way back to normal life. But, and it's a big but, we are not realizing that goal. The reason? It takes more trained doctors and nurses, more facilities and equipment than there are. That's a terrible truth, especially if yours is a family compelled to face it personally. But help is within reach. Money can buy it. We all must help through generous contributions to our local mental health association or to mental health in care of your post office. Give when a mental health bell ringer comes to your door, or to mental health care of your post office. Make it soon, so all 70% may be helped. Make it soon so that new hospitals, new clinics, trained doctors, nurses, and technicians can be rushed into this vital battle for the mental health of the nation. The address again, mental health care of your post office, or your own front door when a mental health bell ringer arrives. Have Gun Will Travel. Created by Herb Meadow and Sam Rolfe, is produced and directed in Hollywood by Frank Paris and stars John Daner as Paladin, with Ben Wright as Hayboy. Tonight's story was specially written for Have Gun Will Travel by Ann Dowd. Featured in the cast were Frank Cady, Vic Perrin, Lawrence Dobkin, and Virginia Gregg. This is Hugh Douglas inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents Have Gun Will Travel.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
Kellogg's, the greatest name in cereals, presents
Wild Bill Hickok! Hi, you folks. Hold on to your hats and gallop along with Guy Madison as Wild Bill Hickok and his pal Jingles, which is me, Andy Devine. We've got another rootin' tootin' Wild Bill Hickok adventure story for you from the world's only talking cereal, Snap, Crackle, and Pop. Kellogg's Rice Krispies!
Today, Kellogg's Rice Krispies brings you Wild Bill Hickok, transcribed in Hollywood and starring Guy Madison as Wild Bill and Andy Devine as his pal Jingles. In just 30 seconds, you'll hear the exciting story of the Wild Miller of Paiute Falls. Close your eyes for 30 seconds. Picture a bowl full of golden Kellogg's Rice Krispies with strawberries and cream. Sure looks good, doesn't it? And listen, hear that snap, crackle, pop? Well, that's the Rice Krispies telling you how fresh and crisp they are. Yep, Kellogg's Rice Krispies make a cheery, delicious breakfast. Now, have some tomorrow. And boys and girls, later in the program, you'll find out how to get the Aerodoodle rocket-launching beanie that Kellogg's Rice Krispies has for you. Throughout the vast and violent emptiness of the Old West, there was many an outlaw to test the metal and defy the six-gun law of United States Marshal Wild Bill Hickok. One of these treacherous desperados plunged Wild Bill and his deputy Jingles into a death struggle with the Wild Miller of Paiute Falls.
Confound it, where is that sheriff? Come in.
Morning, Mr. Pennyworth.
No, Sheriff, it's about time. I sent for you over 2 hours ago.
Well, now, Mr. Pennyworth, I got the whole county to worry about, you know. Early this morning, I got word from old Rusty Jenkins that somebody'd been touching up his brand with a running iron.
I don't care a hoot who's after his critters. I'm losing gold right out of a stone vault with a guard sitting right there.
I know. You told me last week. You lost some more?
Yes, I've lost some more. This bank will be ruined if it doesn't stop, and so will all the ranchers who put their money in my care. Now, you've got to find out who's stealing that gold and how and get it back.
Well, now I gotta admit,
That infernal racket out there is another thing. Now, why can't you run that crazy Lem press well out of town? Now, we can't do any work with that noise going night and day.
It's a dad-blame nuisance, I know, but Lem claims he's invented a gold-making machine in that there mill of his. He's got the property and he's got the right to do what he wants on it.
Well, if it keeps up, the whole town of Paiute Falls is going to be just as crazy as he is, but that comes later. What about the thieves?
I gotta admit, I'm stumped, Mr. Pennyworth.
You mean you're giving up? No, Sheriff. Those 2 strong boxes of nuggets and gold dust were entrusted to this bank for safekeeping. Wells Fargo is sending a special stage to pick it up day after tomorrow.
Now, hold your horses, Pennyworth. I said I was stumped, but I didn't say I was giving up. Not by a long shot.
Well, what are you going to do about it?
I've already done it. I sent for the only man I know who can handle a job like this. He ought to be here before sundown. United States Marshal Wild Bill Hickok.
Hey, Bill, this town of Paiute Falls is bigger than I thought.
Sure, Jingles. It's a trading center for all those ranches we pass riding in.
Hey, what's making all that racket?
Looks like some kind of a mill up here on the bank of the creek. What do you say we have a look?
Yeah. What kind of a mill would be this close to the middle of town?
Ooh, Buckshot, stand there, boy.
Oh, Joker, stay there now.
Well, whatever it is, it sure makes plenty of noise.
Well, if that ain't the queerest looking contraption. Look at the big water wheel. It's got a furnace, too.
I don't see anybody around.
Ought to be somebody running it. Hey, there he is, Bill. Little old gent with a spiked beard. Funny looking, ain't he?
Yeah. Howdy, mister.
Now, you get away from here.
Not a very sociable gent, is he?
Now, just a minute, stranger.
Yeah, we don't mean no harm. We just want to...
You heard me. I said get away now. Get.
Jingles, duck, he's got a gun.
This is Charlie Lyon and your singing cowboy friend Slim. Now, Slim here has one of those swell new beanie caps that shoots rocket planes. Is that the same kind the kids can get?
Sure is, Charlie. Nifty, huh?
Oh, I'll say. It's a bright-colored red and green cap, kids. A beanie. Now, on top of the beanie, there's a 4-inch tube. You put a rocket plane on the tube and blow it sky high. Hey, do you have one of the planes, Slim?
You betcha, right here. Say, you get 3 of them when you get this here outfit, too. Now, you put a plane on the launching tube, you put the beanie on your head, and then on the back of your beanie, you fasten the 20-inch flexible blasting tube and you blow into it. Zip! Up zooms the rocket plane right off your beanie cap. You ever see anything like it?
Oh, no. Say, how can a kid get a beanie cap and those rocket planes?
Why, shucks, it's easy. All they do is send in a box top from a regular or a large-size package of Kellogg's Rice Krispies along with 25 cents. They send it to Kellogg's, Box 8500A, Chicago 77, Illinois. Kellogg's Rice Krispies, Kellogg's Rice Krispies. Let's march right up to the table now. Rice Krispies taste the best, and how? Snap, crackle, pop. Kellogg's Rice Krispies, Kellogg's Rice Krispies.
That's right. Send a Rice Krispies box top and a quarter to Kellogg's, Box 8500A, Chicago 77, Illinois. Better hurry. Now let's get back to Wild Bill Hickok. Curiosity led Wild Bill Hickok and Jingles to investigate the noisy mill at the entrance to the town of Paiute Falls. But as they approached the mill, a small man with a spiked beard ordered them away, then suddenly opened fire with a 6-gun.
Hey, you ornery horn-toad, what's all the shooting for?
That was just a warning, stranger. I don't like to have people I don't know meddling around my mill. Who are you, anyway?
Well, when you get the answer, you'll see how lucky you are not to have more holes in you than a honeycomb.
Well, speak up. Who are you?
I'm Jingles, that's who. And this partner of mine is Wild Bill Hickok.
Hickok? Oh, my pointed beard. I did make a mistake, didn't I? Mr. Hickok, I am sorry. Come in. Now, come over here, gents, and take a look. I'll show you just how this here mill works. Now, this here machine of mine makes real gold.
Oh, come on, Bill. I gotta see this.
Don't get too close to those gears, Jingles.
Now, Jingles, you watch right down there in that pan. Now, lean right over close.
Yeah, I see the pan. Hey, stop pushing.
Jingles, look out.
Bill, my jacket's caught in the gears. Help!
Pull away, Jingles. Move, Creswell. No, remember, right those gears. Now, look what you done to the machinery.
You all right, partner?
I ain't sure, Bill. Ooh-wee. I could have been ground to sausage in those gears. Lamb Creswell, you pushed me into them.
You ruined my gold machine, you two meddling idiots. You ruined my invention.
Take it easy, mister. You can get that timber out. And just take a warning. I'd be mighty careful of pushing people into gears like that. Somebody might get hurt.
I didn't push the big tub. It ought to show you that it's kind of dangerous to go meddling where you're not wanted, Hickok. Very dangerous.
It's a dad-blamed head-muddling mystery, Mr. Hickok.
Well, let's talk to the banker.
Pennyworth's office is right through that door.
The bank looks right prosperous, Sheriff.
Well, it won't be if we don't get that gold back. It's going to be ruined and half the people in the valley with it. Reckon I better knock.
I'm in.
Come on, Bill, Jingles.
Sheriff, I wish you'd go on and tend to your business until you can bring me some news.
Now, hold the harness on that temper of yours there, Penworth.
Well?
I got some news in the person of Wild Bill Hickok and Jingles. Shake hands, gents.
Oh,
howdy, how are you?
How do you do?
I brought them over just as soon as I got to town.
Yes, well, I'm glad you're here, Hickok. And I'm being robbed. Somebody's stealing the gold right from under my...
He knows all that, Pennyworth. I told him. What he wants to see now is your vault.
Oh, does he know that Wells Fargo is coming for the gold I haven't got on the day after tomorrow?
No, I didn't. That doesn't give us very much time.
No, it doesn't. Close that outside door, will you, Sheriff?
Sure.
Yeah, good. Now, this door leads down my private stairs to the
Bill,
vault.
you...
Private stairs, huh?
Bill, you thinking maybe...
Never mind, Jingles.
Oh, don't tell all I know, huh?
Not just yet.
Yeah, come right on down, gentlemen. Be careful, they're kind of narrow.
Yeah, they sure are. Bill, I'm stuck here.
Well, turn sideways and come on down, Jingles.
Oh, now you know that won't do no good. I'm the same size sideways as I am frontways.
Well, let all the air out and shrink.
Oh, all right.
You see? That works all right now, doesn't it?
Yeah. Hope I can get back up again.
Here, Mr. Hickok. Here, this is the vault, and Matt here is one of the 3 guards I keep here around the clock. Matt, this is Mr. Hickok, and Jingles, his deputy.
Well, howdy, Matt. Tell me, Matt, have you heard anything strange going on down here?
No, sir, Mr. Hickok, nothing.
Hey, what's that? The bank is falling in. I'm trapped down here, Bill. We'll never get out alive.
Jingles, simmer down now. That's not the bank.
No, that's that confounded mill of Lem Creswell's again.
Oh, I guess he's got it going again after all.
Yeah. Well, this vault looks tight enough. Big iron doors, solid stone walls. Can't see how anybody could get in there without a key.
Well, I've got the only key, and I keep it locked up.
Oh, then you must be taking your own gold.
What? You accusing me of robbing my own bank?
Jingles, that's enough.
Well, he could, Bill.
Never mind.
How dare you accuse me?
I just said you could.
Cut it out, partner.
Well, I didn't.
How do we know that?
Jingles?
Oh, well...
All right, settle down. We've got work to do.
Well, now, I'm glad that stopped. Maybe we can hear ourselves for a change.
Strange that we can hear that mill so plain down here under the bank.
I'd swear you could hear that ding-busted contraption for 40 miles around.
Is the gold kept in the usual iron strong boxes, Mr. Pennyworth?
Yes, right in the middle of the vault.
Well, we'll do what we can to find the thieves.
Where are we going to look first, Bill?
First, we're going to get a room at the hotel. Whoever's pulling off this job is too smart to be caught in a few minutes. Looks like we'll be around for quite a while.
Howdy, gents. Welcome to the Paiute Falls Hotel. I'm Ace Spring, the manager.
I'm Bill Hickok, Mr. Frang. This is my partner, Jingles.
Well, howdy. We come to get a room.
Well, now, I reckon Paiute Falls ought to celebrate this as a big occasion. Ain't often we get such high and mighty visitors around here.
Now, I ain't sure I like your tone of voice, Frank.
Never mind, Jingles. How about a room, Ace?
Why, sure, we can fix you up. I even got a room with a bathtub right in it. The King's Suite, we call it. There's the key, 2nd floor front.
Thanks. Come on, Jingles.
You gents here on business or just stopping on your way through?
We're here on business and it ain't none of yours.
Never mind, Jingles. Mr. Frang, you got a right nosy way of asking questions. I'd get over it if I were you.
Now, there's some real good advice.
Well, I didn't mean to start no trouble. Like I said, we ain't used to such high and mighty visitors here. Kind of hard to know how to treat 'em. But I figured to catch on.
Come on, Jingles.
Yeah, I figured to catch on right quick.
Boy, oh boy, I sure hate to get out of this water. Just a little while longer, Bill. Oh, mid pleasure and palaces, though I may roam, be it ever so humble, there's no place like home.
Jingles, what was that?
Some sneaking buzzard threw this rock through the window and it landed right in this tub.
Through the window?
See anybody, Bill?
No, I don't, partner. Not a sign. Maybe somebody didn't like your singing.
Oh, now, Bill, you know they wouldn't throw a big rock like this at me just for singing Home Sweet Home. Hey, look. There's a note tied to the rock.
Let me see that.
Oh, it's all wet. Can you read it?
Yeah, I can read it all right. Looks like we've stirred up a real hornet's nest this time.
Well, what does the note say?
It just says, Hickok, if you want to keep on breathing, you better take that lard-barrel deputy of yours and get out of town.
Kellogg's Rice Krispies, Kellogg's Rice Krispies. Let's march right up to the table now. Rice Krispies taste the best. And how? Snap, crackle, pop. Kellogg's Rice Krispies, Kellogg's Rice Krispies. Doggone yes, sirree. They're fun to listen to and fun to eat. When you put the milk on Rice Krispies, what happens? Why, they talk right up to you. Snap, crackle, and pop to tell you how crisp and how fresh they are. Sure they do. And do you know what the big talk about this talking cereal is right now? Well, it's about a whiz of a rocket-launching beanie cap that you can get. Fits right on your head just like any other beanie, only this one shoots off rockets. It's got a rocket-launching tube on top of it and a long rocket-blasting tube that comes around from the back of the beanie. Now, you fit a rocket plane on top of the launching tube, you blow into the rocket-blasting tube, and zoom-o, up goes the rocket plane. Why, she can go as high as a house, too. Now, you can get all this gear, the bright red and green beanie, the launching tube, the rocket-blasting tube, and 3 swell, blunt-nosed, sturdy rocket planes. Just send in your name and address on the box top of a regular or large-size package of Kellogg's Rice Krispies and 25 cents. You better send now, though, because the supply is limited. Send the Rice Krispies box top and a quarter to Kellogg's, Box 8500A, Chicago 77, Illinois. Send now to Kellogg's, Box 8500A, Chicago 77, Illinois. And now let's get back to Wild Bill Hickok.
While Jingles was taking a bath up in their hotel room, a big rock crashed through the window and landed in the tub. Attached to the rock was a note which told Bill and Jingles to get out of town.
Well, Jingles, I think we're coming to the end of the trail.
You caught the thieves?
No, but we're getting out of town. Come on.
You mean we're running out without doing what we come here to do? Steady, Joker.
We're going to leave town and double back. I want the coyote that threw that rock in the window to think he scared us out.
Well, what's the sheriff going to think?
I've told him all about it. Here he comes now.
You still figuring on trying this trick, Hickok?
Sure am, Sheriff. Now, you spread the word around that we left real sudden-like.
Sure. Uh-oh. Here's the man to spread it.
Hey, Hickok, what happened to that window in your room?
Somebody threw a rock through it.
A rock? What for?
To tell us to get out of town, and that's just what we're doing.
And who's going to pay me for my window?
Find the man who threw that rock and ask him for it, Ace.
Yeah, and give him our regards. So long. Bye, Sheriff.
Adios, gents. Sorry we couldn't catch them gold thieves, but it ain't the first time some varmints got away with something like that.
That's right, Sheriff. See you on our next trip through. Come on, Jingles.
Hi, bunch of hi. Jump, Joker. You heard what Bill said. Ho, ho, ho!
All right, Jingles. This is far enough.
Well, what are we doing back at Lem Cresswell's mill?
Quiet. Just keep your ears open, partner. There's something fishy about this mill, and I mean to find out what it is.
Then he told me about the rock coming through the window. Me, mind you, Lem.
Bill, listen.
Yeah. Keep back in the shadows.
I don't care what you say, Ace. Hickok's not scared that easy.
Oh, he was scared stiff. Got out of town, didn't he?
Yeah, but that don't mean nothing to me.
Ah, come on, quit your worrying. Nothing can happen now.
Well, Jingles, that's just about what I figured. Now to get the proof.
Proof? What are we looking for, Bill?
I'm not quite sure. I've got an idea we'll find it down on the bank of this creek. Come on.
The moon ain't giving enough light to see much, Bill.
Watch your head there on that water wheel.
Yeah.
Here, come around this way. The water's shallow here.
That water under the wheel sure looks deep and black.
Yeah. Yep. There it is, Jingles.
What?
Right there in the side of that bank. A nice little tunnel. Come on, we're going in there.
Oh, doggone it, Bill. You had me in more tight places today than I've been in for a month.
Duck your head a little.
Oh, this is bigger than I thought. I can almost stand up.
And the floor is hard packed. This is where Lim was getting the rock for his gold mill.
Well, you ain't saying that you really think he got gold out of that mill, are you?
No, but I think I'm going to show you where he did get it.
You mean he had... Ow! My shins. I quit. I've just been beaten and battered for the last time. I'm through.
Shh, quiet, Jingles. You'll ruin everything. Now, quick, light a match. Let's see what that was you stumbled over.
Oh, well, all right. Bill, it's an iron box.
Yeah. And now we'll see what's inside it.
That's it. Look, Bill, gold. nuggets and gold dust.
That's right. And look, a crowbar with a hook on the end of it.
Oh, wait till I light another match.
Now, look at the end of this tunnel, Jingles. You see anything strange?
Oh, it's just a stone wall.
That's right, partner. A stone wall, just like we saw in the bank vault. And right down here, yeah, there it is. A big stone that's loose. All they had to do was drag that stone out.
And then they took the hook and pulled the gold box out and took the gold out of it.
Then they put it back, and the mill made enough noise to cover up the whole operation. Mighty slick.
Yeah, Hickok, mighty slick.
Bill, that light, I can't see a thing. It's right in my eyes.
You don't have to, Jingles. That's our friend from the hotel, Ace Sprang.
And I'm here too, Hickok. I just want you to know that. Because you didn't heed my warning to stay away from my mill.
Yeah, now you're gonna die under that water wheel, both of you. You ain't taking that gold back.
You want the gold, Ace? Here's a whole handful of nuggets. There you are.
Ace, he's broke the lantern.
Get him, Jingles.
No, you don't. Shoot him, Ace.
I can't see what I'm shooting. I'm getting out of here.
No, Ace, wait a minute.
Grab Blim, Jings. I'll get this other coyote.
Right. You ain't taking me, Hickok.
Your aim's mighty bad, Ace, and that's gonna be your tough luck.
Now I can see you.
You forgot I could see it too, huh? And now I'm gonna finish you off, Frank.
Hickok, is that you?
Yeah, Sheriff. You're just in time.
Is it them, Sheriff? Did they catch the thieves?
Well, we sure did, Mr. Pennyworth. One of them's laying there with a print of Bill's fist on his nose, and here's the other little varmint.
Let me down. Let go of my beard, you big ox.
There you are, Sheriff. You can take them both and lock them up.
Yeah, but what about my gold? Did you find that?
It's all back in the tunnel. Quite a stunt they had running the mill so loud they could steal the gold.
You mean that tunnel runs into my vault under the bank?
It sure does, Mr. Pennyworth. But you'll have all your gold for that Wells Fargo shipment.
See, Mr. Pennyworth, I told you, Hickok's the only man I knew who could uncover this mystery.
Hickok and Jingles, that is, Sheriff.
Well, I'm mighty obliged to you both.
No, oh, Bill, I almost forgot. There's one more thing I gotta do.
Wait a minute, Jingles. What are you doing with that lever?
I'm starting that mill. That's what I'm doing.
Turn that thing off, partner.
Oh, no, Bill. Just you wait a minute. There she goes, wide open.
Look out, it's tearing itself apart. Now, what'd you go and do that for, you big hyena?
Well, you're out of business, Lem Creswell. People of Paiute Falls wanted some peace and quiet. Now they'll have it since your mill's tore itself down. For that, they can thank Wild Bill Hickok's deputy Jingles. That's me.
And now, here are the stars of Wild Bill Hickok, Guy Madison and Andy Devine.
Have a good weekend, folks, and we'll be back with you on Monday with another Wild Bill Hickok story.
Yeah, and it's all about a little bitty tyke who leads Wild Bill into a whole pack of trouble trying to find the secret of Arroyo Diablo.
Meanwhile, Andy and I hope you'll remember to get Kellogg's Rice Krispies.
Right, it's the world's only talking cereal.
You bet it is. Andy and I think Rice Krispies are great. So long.
See you Monday.
Yes, sir. Kellogg's, the greatest name in cereals, has brought you another exciting story of Wild Bill Hickok, starring Guy Madison and Andy Devine in person. Today's cast included Clayton Post, John Daner, Herb Vigran, Lou Marcel, and Dusty Walker. Our director is Paul Pierce, music by Dick Orant, story by Larry Hayes. This is a David Heyer production, transcribed in Hollywood. Don't forget to listen Monday, same time, same station, when Wild Bill Hickok learns the secret of Arroyo Diablo. Now, this is Charlie Lyon speaking for Kellogg's Rice Krispies, the world's only talking cereal. Kellogg's Corn Flakes, America's favorite ready-to-eat cereal. And Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops, the cereal with the sweetening already on it.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
Presenting Joel McCrea as Jace Pearson in Tales of the Texas Rangers. Tales of the Texas Rangers, authentic stories from their official files. Texas, more than 260,000 square miles, and 50 men who make up the most famous and oldest law enforcement body in North America. From the files of the Texas Rangers come these stories based on fact. Only names, dates, and places are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record. Tonight's transcribed case, Dead or Alive.
At exactly 9:13 a.m. on Wednesday, April 16th, 1947, the French freighter Grand Camp, carrying a highly explosive cargo of ammonium nitrate fertilizer, blew up in the harbor at Texas City, Texas. It was the first in a chain of explosions as chemical plants, tin smelters, and oil refineries disappeared in blasts and flame. Shortly after 1 a.m. the next morning, the major chain reaction was set off. The explosions rocking the city of Galveston 10 miles across the bay, where excited crowds gathered in the streets watching the raging, flame-pierced sky.
Extra! Texas City death toll, 300, hundreds more missing, scores of bodies unidentified. Paper, mister?
Yeah, give me one. Here.
Read about it. Unidentified dead toll, still mounted.
Where are the names, Vance? Where's the list of the dead?
Well, they only got a few of them identified.
Well, is Ralph's name there?
Wait a minute. No, he's probably all right. A working square like him would be.
But he worked at one of the refineries. They're burning.
Stop blubbering. Want to attract attention to me?
No, Vance, no. But he is my brother. I got to worry about him, too, don't I?
Yeah. Come on, over here, into this doorway. Look at that blaze over there across the bay. What a spot to clean it. Money, jewelry must be laying around the streets. Just wait.
Vance, you're crazy. There'll be police there, Rangers. You're in enough trouble now.
Yeah, Lily, you're right. But I'm getting out of it now, for good. And that place over there is going to do it. Maybe your brother Ralph is one of the dead they haven't identified. You got to go there, baby. If he is, you'll have to identify him.
Oh.
If he is there, in with the ones they don't know. There's nothing you can do to help him. But you can help me.
Vance, what do you mean?
Well, if you find him there, baby, you can identify the body and say it's mine.
Vance.
You want me in the clear, don't you, baby? They won't be chasing after me if they think I'm dead, don't you see?
But my own brother. What are you asking me to do?
I'm asking you to do as you're told. If you want to walk out on me, go ahead. But if you don't, you're going to want me to keep on running for the rest of my life? Well, let them get me and send me to Huntsville for 10 to 20?
Oh, I don't want anything to happen to you, Vance. You know that.
Well, then show me, baby. Show me. You can't help Ralph if he's over there, but you can help me, don't you see? I'll get out of here tonight, and I'll let you know when to meet me. Maybe at that resort place we passed near Lake Blue Water. It'll be free, baby. You and me, free from there on.
But how? What'll we do for money?
That'll be taken care of, too. There's a safe in Landstone. I've been itching to get at it for a long time. One last box job, baby, and enough to see us through. Now, go ahead right now. And remember, if you find your brother, he ain't Ralph Brenner, he's me, Vance Young. And come back, pack up, and stay put till you hear from me. From then on, it's gravy. Nobody ever arrests a dead man. By Friday morning, April 18th, more than 200 bodies, many still unidentified, were laid out in the Texas City High School gymnasium. Texas Rangers, including Ranger Jace Pearson, were on hand to help distraught relatives make identification.
I can't believe it.
You're sure your husband isn't in any of the other places where bodies are being held?
No, Ranger.
He may be all right. Lots of men have been so busy helping others, he may be one of those.
Oh, if only he isn't here.
Let's hope he isn't. The embalmers are still working on more bodies over at McGar's garage.
the only place handy. Keep your hopes up, but don't hope too much for a while.
I'll be all right.
Might as well start looking through this next row now. They're pretty bad cases. Recognize anything on this one?
No.
This?
No.
Come along.
I'm sorry. I'm very sorry, ma'am. Are you sure?
That ring on his finger. I gave it to him a long time ago.
Yeah, I know. It isn't easy, but try and get a grip.
I'm all right, Ranger.
You better give me the name for the tag.
His name is Vance. My husband, Vance Young.
Vance Young. The name burned in my mind like a branding iron. There was no time to ask her, and yet I had to ask. It was part of my job. I waited until we got out into the street. There's some information I have to get from you, Mrs. Young, about your husband.
All right.
Did he have a criminal record?
Yes.
Did you know we were looking for him? For a string of safecrackers?
How does that matter now? He's dead, isn't he?
Yes, I'm sorry, Mrs. Young. You'll find some men at the desks in that building across the way. They'll help you with funeral arrangements.
All right. Thank you very much.
Vance Young.
Jace! Hey, Jace!
Huh? Oh, hello, Kurtz.
Captain Simpson wants us.
Where is he?
The mobile unit?
Let's go.
I'll be glad when this assignment is over. I hope we never see another one like it.
Yeah, I've helped with 5 identifications today. You stand there with somebody and see their life fall apart because of a freak accident.
Woman who just left you, she find somebody?
Yeah, her husband. Kurtz, it was Vance Young.
Vance Young? The knob knocker?
Yeah. Looks like the explosion ended his case for our files.
Don't you think we better check the body for prints and marks?
He got it too badly. She identified him by a ring.
Unidentified bodies give a knob knocker like Young a big chance to disappear.
I thought of that, too. Except for one thing. That woman's grief was real. She wasn't faking it. A week passed. A week of horror and nightmares, till the fires in Texas City were controlled and stopped, and men with tight lips and grim courage started to rebuild the ruins. Most of us Rangers went back to regular duty in our regular areas. Then one day, while Bud Kurtz and I had just finished a routine job and were driving back to headquarters, a call came through via shortwave.
KTXA to Unit 10. KTXA to Unit 10.
Unit 10 to KTXA. Go ahead, KTXA.
Unit 10, proceed immediately to Landstone, Texas, Arthur County. Safe of mercantile store burglarized there at 4 a.m. today. Crime reported by owner when store opened at 9:30 a.m. this date.
Any lead on responsible subject?
Subject unidentified, but known to be one man working alone, according to information given by watchman. Watchman was overpowered, being treated Landstone Emergency Hospital.
Units 10 and 6 proceeding to Landstone. We'll keep KTXA informed. Unit 10, 10-4.
Assignment authority, Captain Stinson. KTXA Austin.
Landstone, about 40 miles, Jace.
Yeah.
Knob-knocking job, huh?
Yeah. At least, though, there's one safe specialist we can eliminate right from scratch on this one.
Who?
Vance Young.
Oh, yeah, I almost forgot about him. Dead men don't rob safes, do they?
We reached the Landstone Mercantile Store at 11:15, and Sheriff Joe Pastroni showed us through.
These back rooms are used for storage. He came in through the back, went through that door over there to the general office. That's where the safe is.
How'd he get into the building?
Forced the watchman to let him in. Watchman patrols this whole area, door shaker. Has keys to get into all the stores if he sees anything that looks funny.
And then he must have met the safecracker outside.
Yeah, I guess so. Watchman was pretty dazed this morning. The doc is patching him up at the hospital. Deputy will drive him back here as soon as his head's fixed. Now, as you can see, been over everything for fingerprints.
You find any?
Sure, hundreds. They probably all belong to employees of the store.
The best bet is to check the prints on the safe first.
Already did that. Only 2 sets. Owner of the store and the bookkeeper.
Well, that won't tell us anything, Jace, unless one of them robbed the store.
It isn't likely. Better have a look at the safe now, Sheriff.
Sure thing. Our last office back here.
What make is the safe, Sheriff?
It's a Will's Atlas, new model.
It's a tough box, Jace. Steel and wrought iron plates and more alarm wires than the marionette show.
Yeah, but a good safe cracker could divert the alarm circuit without tripping it. And the box is a cinch because he's got the wire holes to start working on.
Here we are.
You figured it, Jace. Backplate blown clean out.
Yeah, and didn't even have to drill. Small nitro charges in the wire holes, and it was as good as having the combination.
Here's where he jumped the alarm circuit. Neat hookup, all right.
You take the pictures of all this, Sheriff?
Yeah, I can pick up a set at my office if you like.
Thanks.
Oh, Winky.
Howdy, Sheriff. Rangers.
I've been waiting for you. This is a watchman. How's your head?
Well, aspirin ain't gonna help it any, I'll tell you that. You gonna get the fella?
We'll be able to answer that better when the fingerprints are checked.
Fingerprints? He ain't gonna find any he left. He was wearing gloves.
I figured, Jace.
Yeah. Tell me, Winky, would you recognize the man if you saw him again? Could you pick out his picture?
Yeah. If I had his picture took with a sack over his head, I could. That ain't likely.
You mean his face was covered?
Had a sack over his head, like I told you. Holes for the eyes. He ain't gonna catch him by no fingerprints or pictures. Maybe you ain't gonna catch him at all.
Oh, I wouldn't say that, Winky. Sheriff, would you mind going down to your office for prints of the pictures of the scene here? I'd like them sent on to my headquarters for an MO check.
Sure. Take care of it right away.
What kind of check is an MO check, Ranger?
It means modus operandi, Winky. All criminals have definite methods and habits. They're repeated on each job they do. Forms a pattern.
Well, there's sure a pattern here, all right, Jace. Method of entry, where that circuit was jumped, sack mask, nitro charge in the wire holes.
Yeah, and it fits 3 men. 3 safecrackers we've followed before.
Yeah, there's Bert Larkin. He's still doing time in Folsom for a job he pulled on the coast.
Yeah, and the other 2 are Jack Fontaine and Vance Young.
Yeah, but Young is dead. That leaves us Fontaine.
You mean you know who did it? Without nothing to tell you?
There's plenty to tell us. The modus operandi can be almost as good as a fingerprint or a signature.
I'll be winged. Maybe that fella's going to pay off for slugging me after all. And for hurting my arm when he grabbed me in the alley there.
How'd he grab you? Show me. Go ahead, show me.
On you? Well, let's see. He whipped my arm up behind me like this. Then he jabbed a thumb up behind my ear like this. Sure hurts, don't it?
Sure does. Well, you can let go now.
Judo. Still fits Fontaine, Jace.
Yeah. Or Vance Young. He used it, too, on other jobs. When did he slug you?
After he made me open up the back door and let him in.
You mean he sneaked up on you before you could draw your gun?
Sneaked nothing. That's why I didn't get onto him at first. Heard him come walking through the alley toward me like he's taking a shortcut.
You heard him?
Yeah, it was dark, so I didn't see the mask until I lit a match. He asked for a light, see? Then he grabbed me and got me inside here and beat on me and kicked me.
Chase, that doesn't sound like Fontaine.
It wasn't Fontaine. He always sneaked a watchman from behind, and they never heard him. He always wore sneakers.
Well, then who?
Vance Young. That match trick is Vance Young's.
But Young is
dead. Maybe yes, maybe no. But I know one thing. I'm going to find out.
You are listening to Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McRae as Ranger Jace Pearson. And now, we continue with tonight's case, Dead or Alive, an authentic story from the files of the Texas Rangers.
I headed for Texas City and Galveston. Kurtz and I had no way to move until we knew for certain whether Vance Young was dead or alive. As we drove, I put through a request for headquarters to dig up some information. We were still on the road when KTXA came up with the answers.
KTXA to Unit 10. KTXA to Unit 10.
Unit 10 to KTXA. Go ahead, KTXA.
Have information you requested. Woman who identified body of Vance Young in Texas City gave name as Lillian Young, residing at 410 Harbor Lane, Galveston.
Deceased was wearing ring used in identification. Has subject Lillian Young claimed ring?
No claim has been filed yet. Ring still being held at property claims in Texas City.
Unit 10 also requested check on place where body identified as Vance Young was originally found.
Body was among those recovered from debris of Amalgamated Refinery Plant 7.
Unit 10 believes identification may have been falsified. Possibility Vance Young still alive. Units 10 and 6 continuing investigation. May be tied in with robbery in Landstone, Texas.
Proceed and keep KTXA informed. Authority, Captain Stinson.
Unit 10, 10-4.
KTXA, Austin.
You get that address, Kurtz?
Yeah, 410 Harbor Lane, Galveston.
If we're right, she may have cleared out by now, but we've got to try it.
What do you want me to do?
I'll drop you at Texas City. Get that ring and check every living person who worked at Amalgamated. See if any of them remember that ring and the man who wore it.
Right.
I better call KTXA again and have that marriage record traced. Find out when and where that woman married Young. What her maiden name was, everything we can get.
We'll be in Texas City in a couple of minutes. I can start the check from there and bring the information to you. Where'll we meet?
The Harbor Lane address in Galveston. I found the rooming house Lillian and Vance Young had lived in, but I was too late. Lillian Young had checked out the day before. The landlord showed me the room.
They lived here 5-6 months, all told.
You get to know the husband very well?
I tell you the truth, Ranger, I hardly ever saw him. Only time he ever left the place was at night. His wife said his eyes got hurt in the war or something. The sunlight bothered him.
When did you see him last? When they moved out?
No, he wasn't with her then. Last I saw him was, he went out about a week ago. Night of the big blast over at Texas City. Cracked the wall plaster here.
Are you sure you didn't see him after that?
Oh, I'm positive. I don't think he ever did come back. Didn't even hear no talking from the room. Just her. Crying an awful lot.
I see. She decided to leave kind of sudden?
Oh, like a jackrabbit hearing a hound dog. Left for work yesterday morning, came steaming back about an hour later. Give me the keys, pack up, and left.
Came back from work. You know where she worked?
Yeah. She was a waitress. The Bayshore Diner.
Bayshore Diner. Thanks.
So she up and quit on me just like that yesterday morning. Right smack in the middle of the breakfast rush, too. Because the postman come in and give her a special delivered letter.
Who was it from?
Who was it from? With 20 orders of ham and in the fire, I got time to read a mail? All I know is she leaves me the serving, the dishes, and the cleaning and everything.
Stop beefing, Chuck. That little old gal had trouble.
Yeah, you should talk. All you got to do is drive one cab. You don't have the serving and the dishes and the cleaning and everything.
Why don't you find yourself a little old chaplain to hear your troubles and give me some coffee? Come on.
Okay. Maybe you can tell a ranger more about Lil than I can. Hanging around her, making eyes at her all day. You took her out when she left here.
Is that right, driver? Did she leave here with you?
Well, she hired my cab, if that's what you mean.
Where'd you take her?
Well, I took her home. Waited while she packed some things, then rushed her to the bus depot. She said somebody in her family was sick and she had to go help them right away. I guess that's what the letter was about. I was sitting there having my breakfast like I always do, and I
understand. But what about the bus depot? You know what bus she caught?
The northbound toward San Antone. Cut it mighty fine, too. Got there just about a minute before the bus pulled out. Would have made it a lot easier if she didn't make me come dashing back about a mile after we left here.
Back here to the diner?
No, back to the laundry down the street. Guess she had some stuff in there. Although she didn't bring a bundle out with her. And then on top of that, she says she can't pay me. Not that I'd mind, except for the 10 extra blocks back to the laundry. I could have put the flag back up if she told me beforehand.
You say the laundry's right down the street?
Yeah, about half a block.
Thanks. I'll walk down.
Hey, Jace!
Hi, Kurtz.
Fellow at the rooming house told me you came down here.
Yeah. Find out anything on that ring?
Plenty. Couple of men who worked at Amalgamated recognized it. Belonged to a plant man named Ralph Brenner.
Then it wasn't Young's.
No. I got that rundown on Young's wife. Her maiden name was Lillian Brenner. The guy she identified was her brother, not her husband.
Then that's why she was broken up. I knew that part wasn't an act. Come on.
Where are we going?
We're going into the laundry business.
Yeah, she was real
we're upset because the things wasn't ready, but you know how it was, Ranger. We was almost 10 days behind because of Texas City. They was even using our delivery trucks for emergency over there. Some of our men left the job to help out.
Yeah, sure, but what did she leave here? Waitress uniforms?
Oh, lands, no. Diner up there has a regular uniform service. All she ever left here was men's shirts.
Probably Vance's shirts, Jace.
Yeah.
Real good shirts, too, Ranger. The kind you don't have to starch at all. And real fancy colors, too. Dude wouldn't want to be found dead in some of them.
Did she say she'd be back to pick them up?
Oh, no. She asked me to send them to her, COD. Said she needed the money she had on her for traveling. Shirts like that, you'd think her and her man was living off the top of the hog, but...
Sure, but did she give you an address?
Oh, yeah, I got it right here in this book. Right here. She wrote it down herself.
General delivery, Lake Bluewater.
The shirts are ready now. I'm going to mail them out tonight when I leave.
We'll save you the trouble. Wrap them up, and we'll deliver them for you. Kurtz and I headed for Lake Bluewater, towing our horses in a trailer, ready to follow Vance Young no matter which way he moved. It was dark as we drove into the town. The clock on the courthouse was just striking 9.
Not many people on the streets, Jace. Looks like everything's closed up for the night except for the moving and the drugstore. Better find a place and turn in.
I think we ought to drive out of town and camp someplace off the lakeshore. Walk the horses out for a while.
I thought we were going to plant that laundry bundle at the post office in the morning, watch for a pickup.
We are.
Well, why not pasture the horses at the edge of town, find accommodations right here?
If we stay in town overnight, it may start some talk. Talk drifts. We don't want to tip our hands.
I guess you're right.
Well, let's get out to the lake and find a campsite.
Funny thing about Young's wife remembering his shirts. Guess it's force of habit for a woman.
Strong thing, Habit. His safe-cracking habits told us he was still alive. And now maybe her habits are going to make him wish he was dead again. We took the road for the lake, past the summer cottages skirting the shore on one side of it. Then as we rounded a curve and passed a house and a group of resort cabins, I spotted something.
Hey, Jace, what's the matter?
I saw something. Wait till I back up. Headlights picked it up as we came around this curve. There. Look at those.
All I see is the back of a few cabins, some wash on a line.
Look at those 2 shirts on the end of the line.
Look like a couple of rainbows, even in this light. Hey.
That's the kind of color scheme Vance Young goes in for. Shirts we have in the laundry bundle are just like those.
Lights on in a few of the cabins.
Yeah, I'm going to leave the car here while we have a look at those shirts. Horse trailer will make too much of a racket if we drive in.
Yeah, no chance of being taken for tourists with that on the back. Better cut the motor and douse the headlights.
Yeah. What was the laundry mark on those shirts we've got?
410 mark. That was the number of their house in Galveston.
Come on. Let's see if we can find it on that line. Close the car doors easy.
Right.
Take one of them down so we can get a better look at it.
What's the matter?
Clothespin stuck. There, I got it now.
Hold it low to the ground. I'll cut my hand over the flashlight.
Good. There it is. 410. These belong to our boy, all right.
Quite a few cabins, Jace.
He's in one of them. That's all we have to know. Come on. Start with this end cabin and go right on down the line.
We better be ready for anything.
Here's the first stop.
Dark, Jace.
Yeah, you have to feel your way around.
Doesn't seem to be anybody living here.
This one's empty. Now, let's move
All
on.
right, you.
What? Hey, put that flash out before I fire.
No. Oh, Rangers, I'll put it out.
That's better. Who are you?
Name's Ed Bullock. I own these cabins. Just walking back from the boat dock with a couple of guests. Saw you sneaking in the dark. You looking for a place to stay?
No. We're looking for a couple named Young.
Oh, well, that's funny. It was Mr. Young who spotted your shadows. Hey, Mr. Young.
Was that Young just with you?
Yeah. Him and his wife was right behind me when I flashed light in it here.
They spotted us, Jace.
Yeah. Come on.
Hey, my boat. Somebody started my boat.
Is that the only boat you got down there?
Only one with a motor. There's a canoe.
We're not going to reach them, Jace.
They'll head across the lake.
How far is it, Bullock?
A mile and a half.
Kurtz, grab your horse from the trailer. You can beat him around to the far side if you ride hard. When you get there, flash your light. That'll keep him from trying the shore over there.
Right. What about you?
I'm taking the canoe. And hurry!
We'll get him.
Ranger, I better go up back to the office. My wife...
You can faint later, Mr. Bullock. Right now, I need you.
Yeah, boy.
I'm going out in the canoe. Flash your light from this shore. They'll think I'm here and they won't dare land on either side. But make sure you don't turn the light on me in this canoe. All right, Bullock. Turn your light on as soon as I get out in the open water. I paddled the canoe toward the center of the lake. Kurtz beat the Youngs around to the opposite shore, and I could still hear their motor when I saw the beam of Kurt's light. The Youngs saw it, too. The beam wasn't strong enough to reach them. I heard the boat in a turn, and the motor came back toward me for a moment. Then it went dead on the dark water.
What'd you stop the motor for, Vance?
Shut up. They're waiting for us on each shore. But their lights don't reach us.
Thanks, we gotta get out of
Will
here.
you shut up and let me think? There's a little wind. The boat will drift to the far end of the lake.
But that's so slow.
Well, what do you want me to do? I can't swim like you can.
Why can't you use the oars?
Because the oarlocks squeak, stupid. They'd hear him. Yeah, there's only two of them. They can't cover the whole shore.
Gee, Vance, it's so dark. And Hey, I hear something.
What?
Something in the water.
You're crazy. Can't you see their lights on the shore?
Oh, Vance, I do hear something. I see it. It's a canoe.
What? Don't move, Young. I'm coming into your boat. What, you? I'll drain you with the sword.
Look out!
Help! Help! Let go of me. Let go!
Oh. Hey, have you got him? He can't swim.
Where he's going, it won't matter. Grab onto the canoe and kick for shore. I got a nice dry shirt waiting for him.
Convicted of robbing a safe in the mercantile store, Vance Young, on the basis of his previous record, was sentenced to life imprisonment at Huntsville.
This is Joel McCrae. Many of our listeners, particularly in Texas, recall these cases we've been dramatizing, and some listeners have sent in questions about the Rangers. Yes, it's true. There are only 50 Texas Rangers. And to show you how busy these Rangers are, from 1946 to 1948, the Rangers handled nearly 17,000 cases. With Texas as big as it is, that means they cover about 4 times greater area per man than any other police officer in the world. Next week, we'll have another authentic story I believe you'll enjoy very much. Like the others, it's based on their official files, adding further glory to the Rangers. Hope you'll be listening. Good night.
Next week, Joel McCrae in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Joel McCrae is currently seen starring in the MGM production Stars in My Crown. This story was transcribed and adapted by Joel Murcott, and the program was produced and directed by Stacy Keach. This is Hal Gibney speaking.
3 chimes mean good times on NBC. Your Saturday hour of fun begins in 4 weeks. You'll hear Judy Canova and this young man.
Hello, everybody. This is Dennis Day. On October 7th, I'll be starting a new season on the air. There'll be fun for all, lots of music and laughs. So join us for our opening show, October 7th, over your favorite NBC station.
Yes, beginning October 7th, hear Dennis Day, then Judy Canova in an hour of fun on NBC. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
The story you are about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all king-size cigarettes, brings you Dragnet on both radio and television.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to Personnel Division. A resident of your city files a report of assault and battery. His shoulder is dislocated. He's been badly beaten. He claims his assailant was a young police officer. Your job? Investigate.
Comparison proves Fatima quality.
Yes, comparison proves Fatima quality.
Compare Fatima with any other king-size cigarette.
1. Fatima's length filters the smoke 85 millimeters for your protection.
2. Fatima's length cools the smoke for your protection.
3. Fatima's length gives you those extra puffs, 21% longer than standard cigarette size.
And you get an extra mild and soothing smoke, plus the added protection of Fatima quality.
Definitely the best quality in its class, but the same price as the cigarette you are now smoking.
Prove Fatima quality yourself today. Buy Fatima in the bright, sunny yellow pack. Best of all king-size cigarettes.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Tuesday, June 11th. It was mild in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of BIA. My partner's Ed Jacobs. The boss is Lieutenant Jesse. My name's Friday. It was 10:23 a.m. when I got to room 83, the squad room.
Joe, you catch up with the lieutenant?
Yeah, in a meeting. He said he'd be out about 11:30. He wants us to handle it for the time being.
Oh. Well, Joe, this is Officer Blanchard. This is my partner, Joe Friday.
I'm glad to know you, Friday. I think I've seen you around Central a couple of times.
Yeah, sure. How are you?
What's this thing all about? Do you mind telling me?
You worked yesterday, did you?
Yeah, that's right. My regular beat, South Central area.
Anything out of the ordinary happen while you were on duty?
No, not much. Made a couple of pinches, that's about all. Pretty quiet otherwise.
Did you make one of those arrests at 7928 Cortlandt Avenue?
Yeah, that's right. A woman, 2 men, users. All 3 of them were booked in violation of State Narcotics Act.
Any of the 3 familiar to you at all, Blanchard? I mean, had you ever seen them before the time you arrested them?
No, none of them. I knew the place, though. I've been keeping an eye on it lately. One of those old-fashioned homes converted into a rooming house.
Uh-huh.
I've been noticing some of the people going in and out of the place. They didn't look too good to me. That's why I say I've been keeping an eye on the house. Now, what's the story on this anyway? You get a kickback on an arrest I made?
Well, we'd like to have your version of it first, Blanchard. Exactly what happened? How'd you come to make the pinch?
Well, I was walking my regular beat. I think it was about 3:30 yesterday afternoon. I was going along Cortlandt, the 7900 block. A woman came out of the front door and hailed me. She complained about a 507 party in the house a couple doors down the street.
And that was at number 7928, the boarding house?
Yeah. I checked it out. The party was going on up on the 3rd floor. I went up, found the girl and the 2 men in the room facing on the street. The girl was fixing a pop for herself when I came in. 2 caps of heroin on the table in front of her.
Mm-hmm. What'd you do then?
I made a grab for the 2 caps. One of the guys beat me to it. He got him, ran to the next room, and tried to flush him down the drain. He didn't quite make it, though. I got one of the caps before he could get rid of it.
What'd you do then, Blanchard?
Well, I sat the 3 of them down, called into the office. I checked the room over while we were waiting, found 2 more caps of heroin, usual equipment to go with it. When the radio car showed up, the 3 of them were taken downtown to narcotics squad and booked. That's all I can tell you about it.
Well, during the time you were waiting there in the room, Blanchard, did you have any trouble with the suspects at all?
Well, I got a lot of talk from one of the men, a fellow by the name of Evans. He's supposed to run the boarding house. Claims he didn't have anything to do with it. He didn't know the girl was a hype. You know, the usual stuff.
That was the extent of it? Just talk?
Sure, that's all. Why?
Well, that's not the story, according to Evans. He had his lawyer bail him out last night. He was in to file charges against you.
Huh? What do you mean?
Assault and battery. He claims that you worked him over for no reason at all. He says you beat him up and dislocated his shoulder.
Oh, he's crazy. He's lying. I didn't work him over.
Well, he says he's got witnesses to prove it, Blanchard. The 2 people who were with him, the woman, the other man. He says they'll swear that's what you did.
Yeah, but it's not true. They're trying to cook up a frame. I didn't touch any of them.
Well, this Evans looked like he's been mussed up. Cuts and bruises all over his face. His shoulder's fairly recent, too.
Yeah, I know that, but I didn't do it. He was in the same shape when I found him up in that room yesterday. Matter of fact, I asked him about it. He wouldn't tell me. It's the truth, Sergeant, so help me. All 3 of them are lying. I didn't beat him up.
Well, it's your word against theirs, Blanchard. The facts seem to favor Evans.
I don't get this at all. Two of those people are known hypes. They'd swear anything for a free cap. You know that. What good is their word?
Maybe no good at all. It's not up to us to decide. Evans filed a complaint. It's our job to follow through.
Now, you're sure about the shape Evans was in when you found him up in that room yesterday, Blanchard? He was already marked up, is that right?
I'm sure he was. I told you. I asked him about it. He wouldn't answer me.
But you had no way of proving that you couldn't possibly have been responsible for it.
Well, it's up to him, isn't it, Evans? If he says I worked him over, let him prove it.
I'm afraid he's got the jump there. 2 witnesses.
Yeah, but they're lying. You must know that. They're lying.
Well, now, look, you can see the position it puts us in. If you're innocent, we're going to do all we can. If you're guilty, we'll see that you get everything that's coming to you.
Well, you know it as well as I do, Sergeant. I had no reason to beat him up. I didn't do it.
Well, it's not up to us, Blanchard. The court will have to decide.
Doesn't make sense. None of it does.
There's no other way to handle it. We got 4,500 men in the department. We don't claim they're all saints. Once in a while, one of them turns bad, and all of us get a black eye. You're in a jam, Blanchard. Like anyone else, you'll get a fair trial.
Yeah. Well, what happens now? Do I draw suspension?
Yeah, that's right. If you're cleared of the charges in court, there'll be a hearing before the Board of Rights.
Am I through right now?
We'll have to book you in at the main jail. Case will be presented at the DA's office tomorrow.
Doesn't make sense. I had no reason to beat up Evans. No reason at all.
You sure of that, are you?
What do you mean? Of course I'm sure.
Well, Evans claims you did have a reason, a good one.
What?
Well, he says you handed him a proposition. He wouldn't go for it, so you worked him over.
What do you mean? What kind of a proposition?
The bad kind.
Huh?
He says you wanted a payoff. Investigating charges against a police officer involves exactly the same procedure as cases where private citizens are concerned. Prove the suspect innocent or guilty. If Blanchard was innocent, it wasn't going to be an easy job proving it. If he hadn't beat up the complainant, George Evans, and dislocated his shoulder, it seemed the only way out would be to find the man who did. Either that or prove that the 2 witnesses Evans had come up with were lying. If Blanchard was guilty, if he actually had slugged and beaten Evans, we had to find sufficient evidence and we had to find a motive. 11:10 a.m., Ed and I took Officer Harry Blanchard over to the main jail where he was booked in and lodged in one of the cell blocks. Then we went upstairs to the women's jail where we interviewed one of the witnesses to the alleged beating, an Eleanor Rowland. She'd had previous arrests for vagrancy, grand theft auto, and petty theft, as well as an established reputation as a user of narcotics. She was 23 years old.
Yeah, it was terrible. That cop really roughed him up, poor old Evans. Cop didn't have to treat him like that.
How long have you known George Evans, Miss Rowland? You old friends?
No, I wouldn't say that. I met him a couple weeks ago when I came down from north.
San Francisco?
Portland. I was visiting up there. I'm a Portland girl originally.
Well, how about this other man you were with at the time Officer Blanchard picked you up, this Ray Sherman? He an old friend?
Buster? Yeah, I've known him a few years.
Does he know Evans very well?
Yeah, I guess you could say that. Ray's had a room at the boarding house a couple of years. I guess he's good friends with Evans. Say, can I ask you something?
Yes, ma'am.
You ever work narcotics up in Portland?
No, ma'am, never have.
Face is familiar. Could have sworn I met you in Portland.
Do you want to run over that story again for us, Miss Rowland, about what happened yesterday?
Not much to say, just the same as I told you.
You usually stay at Evans' rooming house when you're in town, do you?
No, it's only the second time I was there.
How about George Evans? Was he there at the time?
No, not first. Me and Buster had a pop, and then we sat around and talked. Evans came in a little later. 3 of us talked. Told me and Buster not to bring any more junk in the house. He didn't want to get into trouble. Then, speak of the devil, a cop walked in.
What happened then?
Buster grabbed 2 caps off the table, tried to get rid of them. He only got rid of one, though. The cop got the other one.
Well, how'd the argument start? You remember that? Between Evans and the officer, I mean.
Well, I was a little high at the time. I don't remember it word for word. Evans said he didn't have anything to do with it, but the cop kept pressing him. He told Evans he'd forget about it if Evans would pay him off. Evans told him no, he wouldn't give him a cent, and then the cop started beating him up.
You were in the same room with him all this time?
Yeah, Buster and me. We saw it all. Poor old Evans. He really got worked over. Cop didn't have to treat him like that. Say, are you sure you're not from Portland?
Yes, ma'am, I'm sure. Now, about how many times would you say the officer hit Evans?
Oh, I couldn't tell you that exactly. Dozens of times, I guess. Kept hitting him with his fists, pushed him all around the room. I was a little high at the time. I don't remember everything exactly. Sure could use a booster about now.
Are you sure about everything you've told us, Miss Rowland? That's the truth?
Yeah, that's right. Some of the details I didn't remember so well. He straightened it out for me, though. He told me just what happened.
Who's that?
George Evans.
11:50 a.m. Ed and I continued questioning Eleanor Rowland. The more we talked to her, the more we were convinced that at the time of the alleged beating, she was under a heavy dose of narcotics, and that for the most part, she'd picked up her version of the story from the alleged victim, George Evans. We went down to the second floor of the main jail to one of the interview rooms where we talked to the second witness, Ray Sherman, alias Tom Raymond, alias Buster Raymond. He also had a long record as a user of narcotics. He gave the same general version of the incident as the Rowland girl did, but despite the girl's story, he claimed he was not under the influence of narcotics at the time Officer Blanchard entered the room and made the arrest. Besides that, there were other discrepancies. 1:05 p.m. We had some lunch at the Federal Cafe, and then we drove out to interview the complainant in the case, George Evans. After checking at his rooming house, we finally located him at a neighborhood bowling alley. He was sitting at a bar adjoining the actual playing area, drinking a bottle of beer. Parts of his face and neck were bandaged, and his left shoulder was in a cast. He appeared friendly and cooperative.
I kept telling the cop I didn't have any money, told him I wouldn't give him a payoff even if I did.
So he started working you over, that right, Evans?
Yes, that's right. I don't have anything against cops normally, but this guy, that's something else. How do you ever get on the force anyway?
Had you ever had any contact with Officer Blanchard before yesterday, Evans?
Yes, I did, twice before. He came to the house, accused me of running a hideout for thieves, junkies. Tried to get me to pay him off then, too. I wouldn't do it.
That's, when was that, Evans?
About 6-8 months ago. Yeah, at least that.
Well, how was it you didn't report Blanchard then?
Well, I wouldn't cause any trouble, get mixed up in a law case. I figured I could take care of him myself. But after that going over yesterday, that was enough for me. I don't understand how the guy ever made the force to begin with.
What's the matter?
That shoulder of mine, he really tore it apart.
How'd you spend your time yesterday, Evan? Do you mind telling us?
No, I don't mind. I slept till about 12:30, 1 o'clock. Had a little bit of a hangover. Then I got up and made some breakfast and read the paper. That's about size of it.
You mean you were in your room all day after the time you went down the hall to Ray Sherman's room?
Yeah, that's right. Ray was there with this girlfriend of his, Eleanor. I didn't know she was a hype. That's the truth. Ray should have known better having her there. I don't like the kind of stuff going on around my place.
Now, we've checked you through the record bureau, Evans. There's been 3 or 4 similar cases at your places the last few years, hasn't there?
A couple, yeah. It's a real problem. I don't know how you keep them out. Whole neighborhood around here, you know. Pretty hard to stop it, I guess.
We understand you were in the room there while the girl helped herself to a fix. Is that right?
No, I wasn't in the room when she took the fix. I got there a couple minutes after. I didn't even know what was going on. You can ask Ray Sherman, the girl, too. They'll tell you I wasn't there.
Well, that's something else we wanted to ask you about. Sherman and the girl don't seem too sure of their stories. Can you straighten us out there?
How do you mean?
Well, Sherman tells us one thing, the girl tells us something else. Can't seem to get together.
Yeah, but I told him.
You told him what, Evan?
Well, nothing. I told him to tell the truth, that's all. That stupid Ray. He doesn't know half the time what he's doing.
Well, that doesn't make him much of a witness then, does it?
What do you mean? He was there when that cop slugged me, beat me up. He could see that much.
Well, that's just it. We're not sure he did.
Huh?
The girl says Blanchard worked you over in the living room there. Sherman says Blanchard took you out in the kitchen and beat you up. Now, which is it?
I think I'm beginning to get the pitch.
How's that?
You're out to cover up for that cop. Is that it? Take care of your own?
We're assigned to investigate this thing, Evans, just like any other criminal case. Blanchard's not getting any more of a break than any other suspect would.
Yeah, sure.
We still haven't answered our question. Where did it happen, living room or kitchen?
The interview's all over, Sergeant. I got the pitch. You can take this back to your office. I'm going to get that cop convicted. If it's the last thing I do, you can count on that.
What's the matter, Evans? All we did was ask you a simple question.
Don't try to kid me, Sergeant. I got the angle. You're trying for a cover-up. Okay, go ahead and try.
Now, look, why don't you snap out of it, mister? Nobody's trying to cover up unless it's you. Sherman and the girl are your witnesses. Some of the points of their stories don't check out. We want to clear them up. Does that sound unreasonable?
I told you, Sergeant, it's no use. I got your angle.
Answer me one more thing, Evans.
You're on your own. I'm telling you nothing.
Who was the doctor that treated you after you were beaten up?
Down at Georgia Street, the emergency. You ought to know that.
No, I mean for your shoulder. We checked over your car down at Georgia Street. No mention there of a dislocated shoulder.
No, of course not. I didn't even know I had one until I was bailed out. I had my own doctor fix it.
You mind giving us his name?
Why should I? I was willing to go along, cooperate, then you started playing it cagey, trying to cover up for that cop. Now you work it out on your own.
All right, mister. Any way you want it.
You bet that's the way I want it. You had this whole thing framed from the beginning.
Now you're off the track, Evans.
You're not kidding me. You're trying to prove that cop's innocent, trying to make me out a liar. What am I supposed to do, help you prove I'm a liar?
No, you've helped enough already. Ed and I double-checked through Officer Blanchard's departmental record. It showed that Blanchard had been working his present beat for a little more than 4 months. Evans had told us that Blanchard allegedly had solicited payoffs from him at least 6 to 8 months before. The following day, Ed and I made further inquiries in the neighborhood of Evans' rooming house and also among his friends and associates. For one thing, we found out that Evans had not spent the entire morning and early afternoon in the house. He'd been seen leaving his place by several neighbors at about 10 a.m. Through one of his contacts, we got the address of an ex-wife, since remarried, a Marie Evans Zarconi. We located her in a small apartment in the East Wilshire district, a small brunette woman about 35.
Now, you tell us she used to be married to Evans.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, what kind of business was Evans in when you were married to him, ma'am?
Well, he had that rooming house over on Cortland
Yes,
Avenue.
ma'am, we know about that. Was there anything else?
What's the matter, anyway?
Just a routine investigation. We'd like to have as much background on him as you can remember. Are you on fairly good terms with Evans now?
No, I haven't seen him since we split up. About a year and a half ago, I think. That's why I couldn't stand him.
What was the trouble, ma'am? You mind telling us?
He just isn't much good, that's all. You find a lot of names to fit him. He was in everything.
How do you mean?
That's why I got away from him. Every cheap, lousy racket you can think of, he was in it. Peddling dope, blackmail, making book, some of the two-bit rackets. He's been in all of them, one after the other. I had to get away.
A rooming house on Cortland Avenue, that's where he's been operating all this time?
As long as I've known him, yeah. About 3 years, I'd say.
Mm-hmm. Is narcotics just a sideline with him, or does he go in for it pretty heavy?
He was in it pretty heavy when I left him. I don't know what he's been doing since. I don't care. Just soon forget all about it.
Yes, ma'am, I can understand.
What's the matter now, anyway? Got a case against him?
Well, not exactly. Evans is filed against a police officer, assault and battery, soliciting a bribe. We're investigating the charges.
Sounds like him. Some cop really rough him up?
Well, we don't know, ma'am. That's what we're trying to find out.
Oh. Well, I'd like to help you out. Don't think I can, though.
Well, just one more question, ma'am. While you were married to Evans, did you have a family doctor? I mean, one that you called regularly when you were sick?
Yeah, we did. Why?
Well, what was his name? Can you remember?
Yeah, Dr. Chase. Did you like his address?
2:47 p.m. We got to Dr. Chase's office, and luckily we found him in.
Take a look at this magazine, Joe.
What?
National Geographic. Looks like a real old one, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, it sure does. Cover's torn off there.
Yeah. What do you know about that? It's older than I thought. Look at this here.
What do you got?
These pictures, eh? Look. 4 pages of them. Pretty grand affair, huh?
Yeah.
Teddy Roosevelt breaks ground for Panama Canal. How about that?
Yeah.
Sorry to keep you waiting, gentlemen.
That's perfectly all right, Doctor.
Let's see now. You want to know about...
Mr. Evans, Doctor. George Evans?
Oh, yes, Evans. What was it exactly, Sergeant? What did you have in mind?
Well, the first thing we'd like to know is if you've treated Evans recently, the last week or so.
Yes, as a matter of fact, I have. He was in here, well, let me see now. Let's see, yes, I thought so. He was in here 3 days ago. I had some bad cuts and bruises.
Mm-hmm.
They'd already been treated, though. There wasn't much I could do.
Well, was there anything else wrong with him, Doctor?
No, not actually. I examined his shoulder. He insisted it hurt him. He wanted me to put it in a cast.
Mm-hmm. You put the cast on, did you?
Well, there really wasn't any need for it, but I put it on anyway. A little bit of psychiatry. Thought it'd make him feel better.
Well, how do you mean, Doctor? Wasn't any need for it?
Just one of those peculiar things. I've been treating Evans for some time, you know.
Yes, sir. That's what we understand.
It's fairly unusual. Hardly a rare case, though. Suppose you might call it a trick shoulder. Looks as though it might be dislocated, but it actually isn't. I think it's voluntary.
You mean he could do this thing himself?
Oh, yes. He can make it appear dislocated anytime he wants.
You are listening to Dragnet, authentic stories of your police force in action.
Fatima, America's first largest-selling blended cigarette. Now, best of all, king-size cigarettes. Prove it yourself today.
Compare Fatima with any other king-size cigarette.
1. Fatima's length filters the smoke 85 millimeters for your protection.
2. Fatima's length cools the smoke for your protection.
3. Fatima's length gives you those extra puffs, 21% longer than standard cigarette size.
And you get an extra mild and soothing smoke, plus the added protection of Fatima quality.
Friends, in Fatima, the difference is quality. Fatima contains the finest domestic and Turkish tobaccos superbly blended. And Fatima is extra mild, with a much different, much better flavor and aroma. Because of its quality, its extra mildness, its better flavor and aroma, more smokers now insist on Fatima than ever before. Switch to Fatima today. Remember, each king-size Fatima filters and cools the smoke, gives you those extra puffs, and you get an extra mild and soothing smoke, plus the added protection of Fatima quality. Buy Fatima. Best of all, king-size cigarettes.
Saturday, June 15th, 10 a.m. The investigation continued. Meantime, the newspapers were still making front-page material out of the story. One of the morning banner lines read, "Cop slugs cripples citizen to get payoff," and another one, "Police brutality rouses entire city." Our investigation went on. Early Saturday afternoon, Ed and I succeeded in locating a former friend of Evans who told us that he'd seen him downtown the morning of the day on which the alleged beating had taken place. The same time Evans had told us he was in bed nursing a hangover. The former friend, a Fred Werner, said Evans was in the company of 2 known gamblers, Carl Sweetser and Stanley Parrish. He told us that he'd spotted the 3 of them together at about 11:45 a.m. We questioned Sweetser and Parrish, but they refused to tell us anything. They admitted that they were acquainted with Evans, but they knew nothing about the beating he'd received. We continued making the rounds. 5:30 p.m. We dropped to the main jail and questioned Evans' 2 witnesses again, Ray Sherman and Eleanor Rowland. We got the same stories as before. 6:18 p.m. We got back to the city hall.
Long stretch, huh? Sure be glad to get home.
Yeah, not a bad day, though. We had fair luck, didn't
I
we?
suppose so. It could always be better. Sure like to get the straight story, one way or the other.
You want to check the book, Ed, see if we got anything?
Yeah, okay. No, not much, Joe. Call from a Tom Donnelly, you know him?
Donnelly? No, that doesn't sound too familiar to me.
I got it. Personnel Jacobs. How's that? No, afraid he's gone for the night. Yeah, huh? No, I'm sorry. I wouldn't know. All right, thank you. Another message here for us, Joe, in the book.
Yeah?
From Blanchard's wife again. I'm getting to feel pretty silly about it, telling her the same thing night after night. Why don't you call her tonight?
Well, you've been doing all right. Why give up now? Personnel, Friday. Yeah. What was that? Mm-hmm. Your name? Yeah, okay. Uh-huh. 10 o'clock tonight? All right, that's fine. That's so. Sure. Yeah, we'll meet you. Okay. 10 o'clock. Yeah, fine. Bye. Sounds pretty good.
Who was it?
Guy by the name of Martin Kimbrough says he knows George Evans. He wants to talk to us tonight.
What's the pitch?
I don't know. Might be straight, might not.
What'd he say?
About Evans being worked over. He claims he knows all about it.
Yeah?
He says Blanchard couldn't possibly have done it. 7:05 p.m. We went over to Frank Tang's place, had some dinner, and then we drove out to interview the man who'd identified himself on the phone as Martin Kimbrough. We located him at the designated meeting place, a small bar just off Beverly Boulevard and Normandy Avenue. Kimbrough was a small man, slight build, middle-aged. He seemed less sure of himself than he did on the phone. He said that he knew George Evans fairly well and that up until 6 months before he'd been on good terms with him. He didn't go into details, but he gave us the general idea that Evans had cheated him on some business deal the two of them had been engaged in. We asked Kimbrough about the beating Evans had taken. He said it was common knowledge among the people he traveled with that gamblers Carl Sweetser and Stanley Parrish were responsible for beating up Evans. He'd welched on a gambling debt, and the two of them had been after him for months to pay off. He also said he knew a close friend of the two gamblers who told him that in private, Carl Sweetser openly boasted of beating up Evans. According to Kimbrough, the beating had taken place about 1 p.m. the Monday before, the same day Officer Blanchard allegedly had given him the beating. We located Sweetser in the coffee shop of a small hotel on South Rampart Street.
I'm afraid I don't know what you're talking about, Sergeant. I don't know any George Evans. I've never heard of him. We understand you do, Sweetser. Heard you used to play cards with him. Got it from a couple of people.
That's all. I guess they made a mistake. I don't remember the name at all. Maybe he's going under a different one, huh?
Well, how about his description? You ought to remember that.
Well, maybe I meet quite a few people. It's kind of hard to place all of them, you know. What's the guy look like?
Oh, he's tall, dark complexion, dark hair, scar under his chin. He dresses pretty well, usually wears a suit.
No, it doesn't mean a thing to me.
Runs a rooming house over on Cortlandt Avenue. He's been in quite a few rackets on and off.
No, sorry. I'm afraid I wouldn't know him.
Now, look, we haven't got any beef with you, Sweetser. That's not the point. Evans is trying to get away with a fast one. We're out to stop him. We could use your help. How about it?
I don't see how I can help you. What's the beef, anyway?
We think you know. It's been all over the newspapers the last couple of days.
Oh, yeah. A young cop? What's Evans got against him, anyway?
He's trying to save face. We figure that's what we hear, anyway.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, I think you know how Evans likes to play the big shot. It wouldn't do his stock much good around town if the real story got out.
I don't follow. What story are you talking about?
About his welching on a gambling tab, getting roughed up. If he says a cop did it, makes him look a lot better, doesn't it? He comes out of it pretty clean that way, doesn't he?
Yeah, pass us all, huh?
Yeah, sure.
Why don't you guys have some coffee? I hate to eat alone.
Okay, as soon as the waitress comes around.
Yeah. Oh, what else you hear about this Evans? Pretty bad boy, that, right?
Bad enough. He's got a fast mouth, telling quite a few stories around the neighborhood.
That's so. Yeah, I might remember him. Tall, dark guy runs a rooming house.
Yeah, that's right. You should remember him. He's mentioned you in a couple of the stories he's passing around.
Yeah, where'd you get that?
Talking to a fellow last night. He says Evans claims that card game he was in with you was rigged. That's why he didn't pay you off. He claims you and Stan Parrish framed the whole thing. Is that right?
That's a laugh. Huh? Phony bums are all alike. Lose a couple of dollars and squeal like a pig. What's this Evans doing now?
He's up for a narcotics rap. He's out on bail.
Yeah, cheap punk. What's your stake in this thing?
We're trying to clear the thing up. Apparently, Evans figures he's going to frame the young cop, save face, talk himself out of a bad situation.
Oh, what do you want from me?
The truth.
I'm not going to talk myself into jail, young cop or not.
We're not asking you to.
You want to clear the case, huh? All you need is proof the cop didn't give Evans a working over.
That's right.
Okay, you got a deal.
Without actually incriminating himself in any way, Carl Sweetser gave us information and leads which, after they were checked out, showed definitely that George Evans was slugged and beaten in a neighborhood at least a mile from his rooming house. We talked to half a dozen people who saw Evans in that neighborhood shortly after 1 p.m., the day of the incident. We talked to the clerk at the drugstore where Evans went to buy iodine and bandages. They all told us that he bore the markings of a severe beating as early as 1 o'clock that afternoon. Evans had told us repeatedly that he'd received the beating at the hands of Officer Blanchard no earlier than 3 or 3:15 that afternoon. Ed and I drove over to the main jail where we interviewed Evans' two witnesses again. The girl, Eleanor Rowland, was the first to break. She admitted that Evans had promised both her and her friend, Ray Sherman, $50 apiece if they would go along with him in his plan to frame Officer Blanchard for assault and battery and soliciting a bribe. After an hour of questioning, Sherman admitted the same thing. We had a stenographer take their statements. 4:50 p.m., Ed and I got in the car and drove out to the rooming house on Cortlandt Avenue.
Yeah? Oh, how are you, Sergeant?
You want to get your coat, Evans? Like to see you downtown.
What for? What's it about? Filing a false report. You know the story. What are you talking about? What do you mean a false report?
You've been checked out all over town, Evans. Your doctor, your ex-wife, your gambling friends. We talked to them all.
So what? What's that prove anyway? Proves you were lying, mister. That young officer, Blanchard, he didn't beat you up. There's nothing wrong with your shoulder either. Dr. Chase will vouch for that.
Look, I don't care what he says. I don't care what any of them say. I got my case against that cop. I'm sticking with it. You're not going to talk me
Why don't you give it up, Evans? We had a talk with Carl Sweetser.
What did he tell you?
Enough to convince us you're trying to frame Blanchard. We've got statements from people who saw you before you got back home Monday afternoon. They say you were mussed up then. That was at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. You've been telling us Blanchard wasn't at your place till 3 o'clock. Now, how do you explain that?
Well, I don't know. Maybe I didn't have the time right. My watch could have been off. Doesn't make any difference anyway.
It's going to make a lot of difference. How about getting your coat?
I'm going to call my lawyer first.
That isn't going to do much good. We've got statements from your two witnesses, Ray Sherman and the girl. They've admitted the whole thing. Now, you haven't got much of a case left.
I don't care what they say. They're lying. Both of them. They're lying.
You ought to know, mister.
What?
You taught them how.
The story you have just heard was true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On September 2nd, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 89, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial.
And now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you, George Fenneman. Friends, I sincerely want you to smoke Fatima and prove Fatima quality. You know, we have a lot of confidence in our king-size cigarette. Enough confidence to make you this money-back guarantee. Buy a pack of Fatimas. Compare them with any other king-size cigarette. If you're not convinced Fatima is better, just return the pack and the unsmoked Fatimas by August 1st, 1952, and we'll give you your money back plus postage. Fatima, Box 37, New York 1. Buy Fatima. Best of all, king-size cigarettes.
A complaint was received on George Evans from the city attorney's office for violation of Section 5243 Municipal Code, filing a false report to the police department, a misdemeanor. He received a sentence of 30 days in the county jail. Ray Sherman was tried and found guilty of Section 11,500 Health and Safety Code, possession of narcotics. He was sentenced to 1 year in the county jail and 3 years probation. Eleanor Rowland was filed on as a bag addict, Section 11,721 Health and Safety Code. She was sentenced to 60 days in the county jail. Officer Harry Blanchard was cleared of the charges pending against him and was reinstated with back pay. You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department. Technical advisors Captain Jack Donahoe, Sergeant Marty Wynn, and Sergeant Vance Brasher. Heard tonight were Barney Phillips and Whit Connor. Script by Jim Moser. Music by Walter Schumann. Hal Gibney speaking.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all king-size cigarettes, has brought you Dragnet, transcribed from Los Angeles. Now, it's Counter Spy on NBC.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
Calling all cars. The copyrighted program created by the Rio Grande Oil Company. Los Angeles Police calling all cars, attention all cars, broadcast 122. Be on the lookout for a black touring car, license number unknown.
The right rear wheel carrying a Stanley skidless tire. Left rear wheel carrying a six-ply Jupiter with the tread slightly worn. This car is wanted in connection with the swing of Motor Officer Kramer. That's all. Rolls and clicks.
While gathering information from the police officers who worked on the case you were now to hear, an executive of the Rio Grande Oil Company took the opportunity to ask motorcycle policemen and the police car drivers for their opinion of the Rio Grande cracked gasoline, which has been used exclusively for years by the Los Angeles Police Department. With one exception, these officers praised Rio Grande and admitted that the patented cracking process certainly did give Rio Grande crack more liveliness and pep than other gasoline. They admitted it was the fastest and most powerful gasoline they had ever used. But one hard-boiled old veteran said,
Sure, you got to find gasoline for these new high-powered police cars. Those high-compressor engines need a gasoline that's all cranked up, so it'll burn instantly. But I don't use your Rio Grande tractor in my own car. I've only got an old Ford, and I can't afford your fine tetraethyl-treated cracked gasoline. I buy the cheapest gasoline I can get. Anything's good enough for my old car.
Well, that was a challenge the Rio Grande executives couldn't ignore. So he persuaded the officers to try a tank full of Rio Grande cracked gasoline in the old Ford. And today he received a telephone call from the officers who offered this testimony.
Officer, I've never believed it. My old Ford thinks it's a regular police car now. It's a year younger. It's full of life and tough. That's fine. Rio Grande cracked gasoline don't give you more for your money. I've been sitting here now, but I'm getting more miles to the gallon and enjoying police car performance besides.
And now it is our pleasure to present Chief James E. Davis of the Los Angeles Police Department. Chief Davis.
Good evening, friends. Our story tonight goes back quite a few years to the days when science had not yet provided your peace officers with the high-speed criminal catching equipment of today. Had we possessed the teletype and radio when motorcycle patrolman Kramer was killed, our murderer would probably have been in custody within an hour of the time he unwisely fired his gun. This murderer committed the arch crime. He killed a police officer. Though it may take years, and though the criminal may escape to the ends of the earth, one thing is certain. He who kills a policeman will eventually be brought before the bars of justice to answer for his crime. For every other police officer in the country is sworn to avenge the murder of a brother officer. They never rest until the policeman's killer has either been placed behind prison bars or, preferably, executed.
It is a few days before Christmas. Motorcycle officers Tom Kramer and E.J. Lanice are stationed at the corner of 23rd and Main Street in Los Angeles when a big black touring car careens around the corner near a 6th Street car. Kramer whistles for the car to stop, but it roars on down 23rd Street. Kramer kicks over his motor and races off after it. Not after fast, the race continues until the driver in the black car suddenly slows down, leans out, and punches 3 shots into the pursuing motorcycle. As Kramer, a bullet in his chest, wavers crazily, crashing into the curb, the big black touring car roars away into the night. Within a few minutes, a detachment of detectives under the leadership of Sergeant Joe Taylor, the present chief of detectives, arrives at the scene. The officers push their way through the silent crowd to the killed body of Officer Kramer, lying under an arc light beside his wrecked motorcycle. Officer Lanice, shaken with grief at the death of his partner, tells his story to Sergeant Taylor.
You see, Sergeant, we were parked at the corner of 23rd and Main, and a big black car came tearing along. Nearly run into a streetcar. Tom took out after it. And a minute later, I went after some bird in the roadster doing about 50. I didn't know anything had happened until I heard the siren on your car.
Toward midnight, while police are combing the city for a suspicious black touring car, Officer Paul Stevens ushers a very frightened young girl of 13 into the Detective Bureau. In the presence of Chief Butler, Detective Lieutenant George K. Holm, and Sergeant Taylor, she tells her story.
In the market just at dinner time tonight, when a car drove up and passed ahead of me. Just as I passed it, a man jumped out and grabbed me. I screamed and he hit me. He said he'd kill me if I made any more noise, and I was scared, so I kept quiet. He stuck a handkerchief into my mouth and tied my hands and feet with leather straps. And he tied a cap around my head. And then he got in the car and started off. A little while later, I heard a whistle like he'd person moving. And then I heard a siren. And then I heard a popping noise like a fire blowing out.
You heard a popping noise?
Yes, sir.
And where did this happen?
Oh, I was walking down 18th Street when...
And Kramer was shot on 23rd. Ties in. Go on with your story, Bruce.
Well, after I heard that noise, we go faster and faster. And we left the smooth road and went over some bumpy road. And then he stopped. And he lifted me out of the car and laid me down on the ground. We were way out in the country, we were in the middle of a big field.
Now, do you think you could find this field again?
Oh, yes, sir. You see, after he took me there for a long time, he said he'd made a mistake and kidnapped the wrong girl. So he said if I promised not to tell anybody about it, he'd let me go. I told him I didn't know how to find my way home, so he picked me up and carried me across the field to a road. And he gave me a dime and told me to walk straight ahead to the car line. I couldn't walk very well with the straps tied on my ankles, so I sat down and took them off, and then I ran as fast as I could until I got to the streetcar line. And then I told the conductor I'd been kidnapped, and here I am. And now I'd like to go home because my mother will be worried.
Yes, Bruce. We'll take you home in just a minute. Well, what streetcar line was it? Do you remember?
Oh, it's Red University Avenue.
Did he hurt you in any way?
Oh, no. He just hit me when I screamed. But after that, he was very kind to me.
Did you get a good look at this man?
No, sir. It was dark and I couldn't see him very well.
Well, would you recognize his voice?
I don't think so. If he talked in whispers, he made me whisper, too. He acted like he was scared.
I should think he was. Was he drunk?
I don't know. He smelled kind of funny, though. Oh, I forgot to tell you. When he was putting the straps on my arms, I bit him. I bet his finger awful hard. He said I nearly bit it off.
Do you think you left a scar?
Oh, I think I dented it a little anyway.
You didn't notice the license number of his car, did you?
No, sir. I couldn't have seen it because he had the lights off when we were in the field.
You said you had a basket of groceries with you?
Yes, sir.
What happened to it?
Oh, well, out there in that field, I guess.
What was in the basket?
Oh, there was a package of bakery and liver and 2 loaves of bread and a pound of butter.
Now, can you think of anything else that happened? Anything that you haven't told us?
No, sir. Please. I'm awfully tired. May I go home now?
You bet you may, Ruth. You've been a mighty brave girl, and we appreciate the help you've given us. Ruth is escorted home to her parents, who were on the point of notifying the police of their daughter's disappearance when the officers deliver her to them. And next day, the officers take up Ruth's trail from the end of the University Avenue streetcar line, follow her footprints down the road, pick up the trail of a man which leads them to tire tracks beside a mound of dirt in the middle of the field. Here's a handkerchief. Well, let me see it. Yep, that's the one he used to gag her with, all right. See how it creased? Yeah. Any identification mark? Longer mark, number 405. Well, we'll have to check that. Wonder what's under this mound of dirt. Looks like it's just been turned over. Here you are, George. The groceries the kid bought. Buried. Yeah, and I've got a hunch he buried the gun out there, too. You better call headquarters, Joe, and have them send out a photographer and the man who knows tire marks. Okay. Yeah, and tell them to send some more boys out with speed. I'm sure that this gun is around here somewhere. While Holm and Taylor wait for the men from headquarters, they begin to dig up the ground around the tire tracks with spades borrowed from a nearby rancher. But after a half hour of back-breaking work, when the photographer and the tire man arrive, they have found nothing. Carefully, the tire man examines the mark. Well, Stevens, what do you say?
The rear left wheel carried a 6-ply Jupiter with the tread slightly worn. The rear right tire is a Stanley Kidney.
Well, that's something to go on at any rate.
A black touring car with a Jupiter 6-ply and a Stanley skidless on the rear wheels. And now, if he could only find that gun.
Late that afternoon, the officers do dig up the dirt and collect the gun. And while squads of police combing Los Angeles laundries for the owner of laundry mark number 405, and others are on a keen lookout for a black touring car with the incriminating tires, Chief Butler sends a telegram
To the Colt Film Company. Can you inform us to whom was sold the Colt 32 caliber revolver, number 164256? John L. Butler, Chief of Police, Los Angeles.
John L. Butler, Chief of Police, Los Angeles. Our 32 caliber revolver, number 164256, sold to Martin Hardware Company, San Francisco.
Chief of Police, San Francisco. Kindly check sale of Colt 32 caliber revolver, number 164256, consigned to the Martin Hardware Company in your city. John L. Butler, Chief of Police, Los Angeles.
John L. Butler, Chief of Police, Los Angeles. Our records show Colt revolver number 164256, pawned here June 20th by one Arthur Anderson, redeemed December 17th. Our officers are attempting to interview Mr. Anderson.
Now, Mr. Anderson, we want to know about a gun you pawned last June 20th and redeemed on the 17th of December.
Well, I don't know anything about pawning a gun. Where are you on the 20th of December?
Right here in San Francisco. When did you last leave San Francisco?
I haven't been out of town for 6 months. You own a gun, Mr. Anderson?
Oh, I used to have one. What kind?
Colt, I think it was.
32?
Maybe. I'm not sure.
Where is it now?
I gave it to my brother.
And where's your brother?
Well, he's in Los Angeles the last time I heard from him.
Where in Los Angeles?
You don't think I got away with pawning my brother, do you?
It's bad business withholding information from the police, Mr. Anderson. And the boys down in Los Angeles will find him anyway. So you might as well be smart and play on the side of the law.
Oh, all right. Last I heard from Walter, he was living out in Inglewood. Next day, Anderson's brother, Walter, is arrested by Detective Sergeants H.H. Klein and Sidney Hickok and brought in for questioning. At headquarters, he faces an ominous ring of officers firing questions at him. Why did you kill that motorcycle officer? I didn't.
Well, why did you kidnap that little girl?
I don't know nothing about it.
This is your gun, isn't it?
Oh. There's that bus car used for a getaway.
I'm innocent. It doesn't look that way to us, Anderson. This gun which we know belongs to your brother in San Francisco, and which he said he lent to you, is the gun which killed Officer Kramer. And we'll prove all that in court, and we'll swing you as sure as you're sitting there.
But I tell you, I'm innocent.
You haven't convinced us yet of that.
Well, you see, it was this way. I lent a gun to a friend of mine. Oh, yeah?
That sounds familiar.
You don't expect us to believe that, do you?
Well, all right. Let him alone, boys. Let him tell his story. Go on, Anderson.
Well, when I asked my friend to give the gun back to me, he said he ditched it. He wouldn't tell me where.
Who was his friend?
I don't want to mention no names. Anyway, I ain't through yet.
Okay, go on.
Well, a few days later, my friend came up to my place and asked me to lend him $200. I told him I didn't have no dough, and well, that's when he said he guessed he'd have to tell me about the gas. Look here, boys. I can't go through with this. I can't turn in a pal.
Maybe you'd rather swing for the job yourself.
What's the name of this friend of yours? His name's Jim Darwin. He said he was planning to kidnap a young kid whose family got dough. That night he got drunk and grabbed the wrong kid. Before he knew it, though, that speed cop started after him. Well, he was all balled up. He couldn't stand a pinch with his kid all tied up in the back seat. He let the copper have it. When he saw he bumped the copper off, he sobered up in a hurry. Yeah, imagine he did. So he drove the girl out to the country and turned her loose.
Where's this Jim Darwin now?
I don't know. But he ain't around L.A., that's the thing.
Well, who else did this Darwin know in Los Angeles?
He's hanging around with the dame that runs the rooming house over on Grand Avenue. He said he was going to try to get the $200 from her.
What number on Grand Avenue?
Grand South, I think.
What's her name?
I don't know her name. You can't miss her. She's short and heavy-set. You can't miss her.
Taylor, you and Bo better go over there and talk to this woman.
Yes, sir, right away. Come on, Bo. A few moments later, Detectives Taylor and Bo are interviewing the landlady at the Grand Avenue address. You're the proprietor here?
Yeah.
You know a man named Jim Darwin?
Rooms here.
Pretty good friend of yours, isn't he?
I don't know as how that's any of your business.
Well, it is our business. You see, we're police officers.
What of it?
Isn't it true that you and Jim Darwin are close friends?
I don't have to answer your question.
No, you don't. I think you better. They're looking for Jim Darwin on a murder charge.
What?
Yeah, he murdered a police officer while he was kidnapping a young girl. Where is he?
I don't know.
He lives here, doesn't he?
Yeah, but he ain't here now. So that's what he wanted the $200 for.
What did you say?
He borrowed $200 from me.
Said his mother was dying in Chicago, and he had to get to her.
When was this?
Just before Christmas.
And you lent him the money?
Yeah.
Then you were close to him.
Yeah. I loved him, I guess.
What did he tell you about the murder?
Nothing. I don't know nothing about it.
Sure of that?
Positive.
Has his room been rented?
No, I've been keeping it for him. I thought he'd be back soon. Looks like he won't now, though.
I wouldn't think so. What's in his room?
Right here.
Oh, next door to yours, eh? Quite convenient. Got a key to it?
Yeah.
Open it up.
And you gotta have a search warrant.
Listen, if you're smart, you won't give us any trouble. You know we can get a search warrant in 15 minutes, so why be tough? Just open up that room.
All right.
There's a picture of him on the bureau?
Yes.
These his handkerchiefs in this drawer?
I guess so.
Look here, Bo. What? These handkerchiefs all have the laundry mark number 405. Same as the handkerchief he used to gag that kid with. Yes, that's clear as Mr. Anderson. Yeah, no question about it now. Jim Darwin is the man we want.
Well, you'll never get him, I can tell you. He's too smart for you coppers.
Nevertheless, the officers stake out Darwin's room for several days in the hope that he may attempt to return to see his nominal. The photograph of Darwin is reproduced on circulars and sent to peace officers all over the United States. And on January 9th, the taciturn landlady on Grand Avenue, after repeated questioning, admits that Darwin had another address in Inglewood. Taylor and Bo immediately drive out to the house, only to find... Doesn't look as though anyone is living here, Bo. Nope. No curtains on the windows, no furniture in the room. Let's have a look around back. All right. The garage door is locked. Well, grab that rock there. We'll open it quick enough. Okay. I'll say, look. We're fasteners in the tension. Here comes the next door neighbor.
Gentlemen looking for someone?
Yeah. Who lived in this house last?
Mr. Lawrence, but he moved.
How long ago?
Oh, sometime before Christmas.
Say his name was Lawrence, eh?
That's what he called himself.
What's in this garage?
I don't know.
Take a crack at that padlock with the rock, though.
Hey, now, look here. Now, you can't go breaking into there.
No, we're doing it.
Well, I'll call the police now. That's what I'll do.
Save it. Where are the police?
The police? Well, what seems to be the matter?
A little murder case.
Murder? Well,
Here we are. Pull it off. All right. A black touring car.
Yeah. You say, look, on the rear wheel. The standard stickers on the right and the 6-ply Jupiter on the left.
This is a getaway car, no mistake.
You say Mr. Lawrence left here before Christmas? Yeah.
Where'd he go?
Well, he said he had to go east. His mother was sick.
Did you see him drive in here on the 17th of December?
Well, no, I don't remember dates.
You say he left here just before Christmas?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, was he driving the car the last 2 days before he left?
Come to think of it, he wasn't. I remember remarking to the missus that was strange Mr. Lawrence was using the streetcar. I don't think he used his automobile after that morning he cleaned off the driveway.
What's that?
Well, one morning early, I saw him driving into the garage. And he got out and scraped the muddy tracks from the driveway and then washed the driveway with a hose. Funny thing, too. It looked like rain that day.
Covering up, Bo.
Yeah.
Could that have been the morning of the 17th of December?
Oh, well, it could have been, but of course I can't be sure. I never was much of a hand for remembering dates.
From the black murder car, police obtained fingerprints of the wanted man, and these with his picture are broadcast across the country. But months go by, and the unwavering vigilance of the Los Angeles officers goes unrewarded. Then, nearly a year later, a citizen and taxpayer calls on Lieutenant Holmes at the Detective Bureau.
Lieutenant Holmes? My name is Randolph. John Randolph.
Yes, Mr. Randolph?
You investigated that murder of a police officer last Christmas, didn't you?
Yes, I worked on that case.
Well, I just returned from a business trip to Mexico, and something happened down there that I thought you'd be interested in.
Yes?
I was visiting a friend of mine, Don Romero, who has a big cattle ranch down in Sonora near Hermosillo.
Yeah, go on.
Well, while I was there, one of the cowboys struck up an acquaintance with me. Noticed the California plate on my car and started to ask me a lot of questions about Los Angeles, and particularly about the murder of that policeman. Now, it struck me funny that he was so interested in that case, and I felt it my duty to tell you about it as soon as I got back.
What is the name of this fellow?
Don Romero said his name was Jim Berwin.
Jim Berwin? Berwin?
Darwin. Don't tell her.
you any reason for being so interested in the Kramer killing? Well, he said he knew a man who was a friend of the officers.
Here you are, George.
All right, fine, thanks. Now, Mr. Randolph, did your cowboy look anything like this? Yes. Yes, that's a very good picture of it. Fine. Joe, pack your bag. You're leaving for Hermosillo, Mexico to arrest a cowboy named Jim Berwin for the murder of Tom Kramer.
36 hours later, Taylor and Bo leave the railway at Hermosillo and, hiring a rickety jitney, begin the long, bumpy trip across the rolling green range of northern Sonora. Hours later, they approach the hacienda of Don Romero.
Patrón, mira, dos gringos vienen.
Yes, senor. Welcome to the hacienda of Don Romero.
Oh, thanks. Are you Don Romero?
At your service, senor.
I'm Detective Sergeant Taylor of the Los Angeles Police Department. This is Detective Sergeant Bo.
I am honored, senor. You will be so kind as to accept the humble comforts of my hacienda.
Thanks, Don Romero, but we will have to dispense with formalities and get to the point.
Oh, you Americanos. Always, always. Bueno, what is as you say, point?
We're looking for a cowboy that works for you. Name of Jim Berwin.
Jim Berwin?
Yes, where is he?
Yes, Sably. He's gone. Gone? Si, senor. He talked one day with his countryman of yours. Mi amigo, Senor Randolph. Next day, Senor Randolph leaves for Los Angeles. The day after that, the vaquero Berwin, he leaves too. It is hard to understand the Americanos.
Well, where did he go?
He did not stop to say, senor. You see, when he left, some things of value left with him.
Several more months go by with no word of the murderer. And then, nearly 3,000 miles away, in the little town of Greensburg, Pennsylvania, two men meet in a saloon.
I've been looking for you, Klein.
Yeah, what for?
Listen, I warned you to keep away from Margie.
Yeah?
She's my dame, see?
Well, I should think she'd have something to say about that.
I'm telling you for the last time, she's mine.
That's not what you told me.
You lie.
Oh, go on. See this? Why can't you be a good loser? Hey, bartender, give me a drink. Fry never regains consciousness, and police, provided by witnesses with a description of the killer who is known in Greensburg as Edward Melly, throw a dragnet around Allegheny County. Then, 24 hours later, a confused gentleman walks into the North Side Police Station in Pittsburgh.
Yes, sir. What is it?
Well, Sergeant Taylor, I don't know whether I'll be after seeing things or what, but I was just walking home from work, and as I was passing under the Fort Wayne Railroad Bridge on Merchant Street, I seen a man's foot sticking out. Well, I yelled, and the foot pulled right out of sight. What? As sure as I'm born, that's what I seen. He must be between the tracks, and if he finds sealed over the street, maybe he's stuck or something.
We'll investigate it right away. The man hiding in the bridge refuses to give himself up, and quick-witted Officer McNulty plans a harmless way of ejecting him.
He's in between that field over the street and the tracks, and he won't come out. I see.
Having a horse on hard to know where, boys.
I think about 60 pounds fresh will drive him out.
Go on, rest you up there when you come out. We'll see about that.
All right, get the line up there and throw between the field and the track. Who is this guy?
I don't know. He's probably up to no good if he refuses to give himself up.
He'll give himself up after he gets a taste of that hose.
Turn around.
That ought to be enough.
Come on.
Yes, sir.
Well, how about it? Will you come out now?
I'll tell you, I'm coming.
Slap the cuffs on him up there, Eddie.
Don't worry, I will as soon as I get the water off the ears.
You didn't get wet through, did you?
No, I didn't get wet. I got soaked.
The recalcitrant prisoner is taken in, booked on a technical charge, and fingerprinted. Next morning, he's interviewed by Captain of Detectives Clyde Edeburn of the Pittsburgh Police Department. What's your name?
James Blanchfield.
Alias Edward Melly.
I don't know what you mean.
Alias Jim Berwin. Alias Jim Darwin.
I don't know what you're talking about.
As Edward Mellew shot and killed Edward Fry in Greensburg last week. As Jim Berwin, you worked on a ranch in Mexico last year. As Jim Darwin, you kidnapped a little girl in Los Angeles 2 years ago. Shot and killed a motorcycle officer, making your getaway. And if we don't send you up for murder from Allegheny County, you'll go up for murder from Los Angeles. How about it? Have I made any mistakes so far?
Nope, Captain. I guess not. I guess you're about 100% right.
Although Los Angeles authorities did their best to extradite Darwin and bring him to trial for the murder of Officer Kramer, the Allegheny County officials insist on prosecuting him for the Greensburg murder. He was found guilty and sentenced to the Western Penitentiary in Pennsylvania for not less than 19 nor more than 20 years on a verdict of second-degree murder. When he has served his time, we still have a hold against him and hope that we may bring him to Los Angeles and try him for the murder of our brother officer.
Thank you, Chief Davis. If there's a single boy or girl listening tonight who has not yet seen the free G-Man and junior police outfit, go to your neighborhood Rio Grande cracked gasoline dealer and learn how you can get a lot of valuable gifts absolutely free. If there's anyone listening who has not yet read the Calling All Cars news, then by all means get a free copy from your Rio Grande dealer. And if there is any motorist listening who has not yet tried Sinclair motor oil, then we warn you you're missing the greatest value your Rio Grande dealer offers. Lubrication experts the world over know that Sinclair's unique process of extracting useless wax from petroleum jelly leaves an absolutely pure oil. In cold weather, when most oils congeal like hard, stiff butter, Sinclair motor oils lubricate perfectly. At high speeds, the wax and jelly and other oils spin out dangerously until fast-moving parts get no lubrication at all. Expert oil buyers, every one of the 150 railroads and the leading airlines specify Sinclair motor oils because they are de-waxed and de-jellied. These orders from the country's largest oil users, as well as the demand from millions of smart motorists, have made Sinclair the largest refiner of lubricants in America. Their tremendous volume enables them to give you Sinclair motor oils in sealed cans at bargain prices for such high quality. Only 25 cents a quart for Opaline and 30 cents for pure Pennsylvania. You can get Sinclair motor oils wherever Rio Grande cracked gasoline is sold.
Los Angeles Police calling all cars, attention all cars. The cancellation broadcast 122. Suspect in this case now in custody. That's all.
Your narrator, Frederick Lindsley, bidding you good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Listen to Calling All Cars, now also broadcast over the Western Network, KMX Hollywood, KSFO San Francisco, every Thursday evening, 7 p.m. Mountain Standard Time and 8 p.m. Pacific Standard Time.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
From the Longhorn Radio Network, Adventure and Mystery, classic series from radio's golden past. In the Secrets of Scotland Yard.
How do you do? This is Clive Brooke.
Clarence Darrow, the American lawyer and writer, once said that everybody was a potential murderer, and that although he himself had never killed anyone, he frequently got great satisfaction in reading the obituary notices. Mr. Darrow perhaps goes further than most of us, but the fact remains that we are all intrigued by a murder trial. The reasons may very well be that subconsciously we put ourselves in the position of the accused. And the more normal the accused person is or appears to be, the greater our interest. Now, why? Because we consider ourselves to be normal, and as we watch and listen to the murderer, we are saying, "There, but for the grace of God, go I." Nothing so stimulates the imagination of the public as the trial of a man who, to all appearances, has led a respectable, normal life, and who suddenly has that life splashed across the front page of every newspaper in the land because he has been accused of murder. The man or the woman. And the case I'm going to tell you about today is that of a woman, Mrs. Florence Elizabeth Maybrick. Her trial in Liverpool just 60 years ago was one of the outstanding murder cases of the 19th century, and it remains to this day one of the classics of its kind. For added to the factors which go to make a good murder case, the normality of the prisoner, the respectable family life, the fiendish plot of which he was accused, added to these factors was the element of mystery. And next to a good murder, the world loves best a good mystery. The case of Mrs. Florence Maybrick had both. It was March in the year 1889. The days had been unusually sunny for so early in the year, and in Liverpool, England, the inhabitants went about their work smiling, for sun in March was something to be cheerful about. In Liverpool was the home of Mr. and Mrs. James Maybrick. Mr. Maybrick was a wealthy cotton merchant. He was a native of Liverpool, and it was natural that he should live in that city, for it was the principal port in England for ships westward bound. And it was in America that Mr. Maybrick sold his cotton. It was also in America that Mr. Maybrick found his wife. But let us hear him recall that occasion to his wife and his brother on this sunny day in March at his home in Liverpool.
Yes, 8 years ago today, Michael. I'm surprised that you and my own brother should forget my wedding anniversary.
It is bad of you, Jim. But you know, the date has never really stuck in my mind. I suppose it's because it all happened out there in America.
Well, you're wrong again, Michael. Oh, yes, I know Jimmy met and wooed me out there. And how he wooed. But we were married in London while you were in America.
There you are. You see, I knew someone was in America at the time.
You're too tricky for us, Michael. Well, anyway, it's our 8th anniversary today. 8 years of very happy marriage, eh, my love?
Very, very happy, Jim.
Oh, I'll admit I've had my doubts and fears, but thank the Lord they've come to nothing.
Well, what were you afraid of, Jim? Do you think Florrie here would want to live in America? Were you ashamed of dear old Liverpool?
Oh, it wasn't that so much, but, well, you know how old I am, don't you, Michael?
You do sound solemn about it, old boy. Well, I know you're over 45.
50 last month.
Now, Jim, that's no very great age.
No, my love, but sometimes it worries me that you're so much younger. Well, only 26.
Did it worry you when we met in New York? I was only 18 then, and you were 42.
It was different then.
Oh, stop fussing, Jim. I've never known such a warrior. If it's not your health, it's your age. You ought to be very grateful. You've made a lot of money. You can sit back a bit now and tell others what to do in the firm. You've got a lovely young wife.
Thank you, Michael.
You've got 2 of the sweetest kids I've ever seen, a grand old house with 4 servants to run it. What more could a man want?
You're right, of course, Michael. We must count our blessings.
It was 3 o'clock, Jim. Time you took your medicine.
That's quite right, my dear. Thank you for reminding me. Thank the gods for giving you good health. Michael, you know, I can't think of anything worse in life than always having to take these infernal tonics and tablets.
I really think you enjoy it, Jim.
Enjoy it? Yeah, I wish I could. It's no joking matter, you know, Michael. Some of these drugs I take are very dangerous. I learned all about them when I was last over in the States. This one, for instance, contains a good deal of strychnine.
Strychnine? I thought that was something to kill you, not to cure.
It's poison, isn't it, Jim?
Yes, it's poison, all right. But not when taken in these small quantities. It's used to calm the nerves. My nerves are terrible, you know.
Does Dr. Hopper still attend you? Well, what does he say about all this?
Hopper isn't much good. I still take the medicine I brought in the States, as well as this one that Hopper's given me. The American one contains arsenic, I believe. So really, you see, I'm just dosing myself with poison.
I should be careful there, Jim. They're dangerous things to monkey about with.
Don't worry, Michael. I shan't do away with myself.
What a depressing conversation. Come on, you two, cheer up. This is supposed to be a celebration.
On the whole, a happy little group. There was nothing to indicate to Michael Maybrick that his brother and his sister-in-law were not completely in harmony. But then Florence Maybrick was good at acting the part of the loving and considerate wife. Even Jim, her husband, did not suspect her of disloyalty. But Florence had recently met a Mr. Brierly, a good-looking cotton broker from London who had been most attentive and complimentary to her. She was, after all, young and attractive. Her husband was 50. Life was rather dull in Liverpool. Perhaps a weekend in London would make life a bit more pleasant. With this in mind, she wrote to the Grand Hotel, Cavendish Square, London, pretending to write for her brother. She was, in fact, booking rooms for herself and the gallant Mr. Brierly.
Hey, hello, my dear. Writing letters?
Oh, yes, Jim. I'm afraid I have to go up to London for a few days. My aunt's been taken very ill, and I must be with her. I've just written to the hotel, booking a room for myself. Will you be all right, my love? I shan't be gone for more than 3 days at the most.
Well, perhaps I could get away from the office and come with you.
Oh, yes, that'd be splendid. Oh, I don't know, Jim. I'll be spending most of my time with my aunt, and you'd be awfully bored.
Aye, maybe you're right. Some other time, then. You'll be back for the Grand National.
Oh, as if I'd miss it. Have you ever known me miss a horse race if I could possibly help it? Of course I'll be back. Yes? What is it?
Begging your pardon, Mum, but the doctor's come to see the master.
Oh, Dr. Hopper. Oh, yes, of course, it's Wednesday, isn't it?
I'll see him in the next room. You show him in there, will you?
Very good, Mr. Maybrick.
Darling. Darling, I don't think that doctor's doing you much good, is he?
No, I'm going to change. I shall probably consult a specialist if I don't get better soon. You know, I suddenly came over completely numb in the legs and arms.
You poor darling. I hate the idea of leaving you even for 3 days.
Oh, I'll be all right, Florrie. Anyway, your aunt needs you more than I do at present.
And so Mrs. Maybrick and Mr. Brierly discreetly visited London. And as far as we know, Mr. Maybrick suspected nothing. But after being so discreet, Florence was just the opposite when she accompanied her husband at the Grand National on her return from London. For it was there that she happened to run across Mr. Brierly once more. And her behavior with him in public was enough to put Mr. Maybrick in a very bad temper indeed. In fact, to make him leave the racecourse and return home to wait for his erring wife. The housemaid with the curious name of Yap was surprised to see her master home so early.
Oh, Mr. Maybrick, you quite startled me. Are you back from the racecourse already, then?
Here, you can see I'm back, can't you? Well, that's early.
And the mistress, she returned too?
No, I don't know where she is, and I don't care. She's probably still enjoying herself at the course.
Begging your pardon, sir, it's Mrs. Maybrick coming up the pathway now. She must have come on just behind you.
Oh, there you are, Jane. Well, that's a fine way to treat your wife, I must say, walking off and leaving me like that.
How dare you? How dare you making a fool of me in front of all those people? It's such a scandal, it'll be all over the town tomorrow. How could you, with that Brierly man, too?
And what, may I ask, is wrong with that Brierly man, as you call him?
What's wrong with him? Tell me something that's right about
him.
Well,
he's certainly a great deal more fun than you in your present mood.
Why, you little... You deserve to be beaten black and blue for this.
It's the end, James. You realize it's the end. I'm leaving this house.
You leave it by all means, and remember that once you cross the threshold, you'll never enter it again.
Madam, oh, madam, please. Yes, what is it? Your son, madam. Billy? What of him? He's not ill?
Oh, bless you. No, madam. He's just asking for you. That's all. Would you come up and see him?
Oh, yes, of course. Jim.
Yes, Florrie. What is it?
Jim, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry I upset you. Will you forgive me? I'll never do it again, never.
All right, Florrie, let's say no more about it. 6 o'clock. Time for my tonic.
I'll fetch it for you, dear. I'm going upstairs anyway.
Oh, thank you, Florrie.
It was during the next month, April, that James Maybrick made a journey to London, but not for pleasure. He went to see a specialist about his liver, his nerves. He was given a new prescription which he had made up in London and sent on to him. While he was giving his instructions to the chemist in London, his wife was visiting her chemist in Liverpool.
Oh, good morning, Mrs. Maybrick. Lovely day, isn't it?
It surely is. When the weather's like this, I don't miss the States one little bit.
What can I do for you?
Oh, well, I made out a list for you. There are quite a few things, so perhaps you'll send them round the house.
May I see the list, please? Oh, yes, just the usual household articles. Certainly, Mrs. Maybrick. I'll have these sent round this evening.
Oh, I forgot to put down fly papers. Do you have some?
Yes. Are these the type you wanted?
Well, have they got arsenic on them? I want them real strong.
Oh, I think you'll find these quite strong enough, madam.
All right, send me around a couple of dozen, will you?
Very good, madam. I'll add that to the list.
Florence Maybrick did not use the fly papers to kill flies. She soaked them in water and thus composed a weak solution of arsenic. She did this quite openly as she had bought the fly papers from the chemist. And when the maid Yap asked her what she was doing, she explained that a chemist in America had taught her that an arsenic solution was excellent for the complexion. This idea was held by quite a number of women at the time, and there was nothing odd about Mrs. Maybrick's explanation. Perhaps it was also just a coincidence that on that particular evening, after taking some of his medicine, James Maybrick was violently ill. A new doctor, Dr. Humphreys, was called in. He attributed the sickness to the new medicine from London, which contained strychnine. This was discontinued, but still Mr. Maybrick got worse. What was the cause of the illness? Why was it that everything Mr. Maybrick ate made him sick? Was he being slowly poisoned to death? It was on the 7th of May, 1889, that Mrs. Florence Maybrick called in a second doctor to examine her husband. This new man, Dr. Carter, was perplexed at what the attending Dr. Humphreys told him.
Carter, these vomiting fits that Maybrick has, they have all the symptoms of arsenical poisoning. But there's only a minute quantity of arsenic in the medicine he's been given.
Couldn't that be responsible?
I don't think so. I've spoken with Maybrick, and he tells me that he's been taking nerve tonics for years, and that they've all contained arsenic or strychnine. He hasn't suffered like this before.
Then if you're right and the cause of the vomiting is arsenic, it would appear that the poison has been given him without his knowing it.
Yes, but who'd do such a thing?
Who is there staying at the house at present?
Besides Maybrick, there's his wife, his brother Michael, he just arrived this morning, and 4 servants.
And I suppose Mrs. Maybrick is taking care of her husband?
Yes. Would you like to see her? I believe she's in the garden. Oh, there she is. about the summer house. Mrs. Maybrick, this is the doctor I've called in for your husband. Dr. Carter, Mrs. Maybrick.
How do you do, Dr. Carter? Have you examined my husband?
I have, Mrs. Maybrick, and I also have a full report from Dr. Humphreys here. I think he's over the worst, and his recovery should now be speedy. I must admit, however, that I've not found the full cause of his illness.
Oh, I think it's those medicines, especially the new one from London.
It's very doubtful whether the medicine itself would make him sick, unless it were added to.
Well, that's what I mean. Didn't I tell you he had me add some white powder to it?
No. White powder? You never told me that, Mrs. Maybrick. What was it?
Well, I really can't say. It's something he got in the States, I believe. But I don't think he has any more of it. Is it all right for me to go up and see him now?
Oh, yes, quite all right. And don't worry about him, Mrs. Maybrick. You may take my word for it that he's well on the way to recovery.
Oh, I'm so glad to hear you say so. I'll see you before you go.
Very well. White powder. What do you make of that, Carter?
The whole thing's getting a bit beyond me. Surely the man isn't dosing himself with poison. What's the position here, Humphreys? Happy family, aren't they?
Yes, as far as I know. I believe there was a row a few weeks ago about her behavior with someone at the Grand National, but that blew over.
You know, what struck me, if anyone's in an ideal position to poison Mr. Maybrick, it's his wife. She is in full charge of the household. She takes his meals to him personally, and she nurses him night and day.
Oh, I'm sure your suspicions are utterly based.
Nevertheless, I'm going to have a nurse brought in, and Mrs. Maybrick is going to be kept away from her husband as much as possible.
The nurse arrived that afternoon, and from then on was in constant attendance. It was also on that afternoon that Mrs. Maybrick gave the maid Yap a letter to post. Now, Yap was a suspicious little creature, and when she saw the name Brierly on the envelope, she remembered the scene between her master and mistress over someone of that name and decided to open the letter. First, she dropped the envelope in the mud so as to have an excuse for putting the letter in a clean one. What she read was enough to send her straight to Michael Maybrick, the brother who was staying in the house.
Yes, who is it?
Beg your pardon, sir.
Yes, Yep, what's worrying you?
Well, sir, I wonder if you'd read this letter. I'm not really supposed to have opened it.
Then why did you?
Will you read it, sir, and you'll see for yourself.
My dearest, since my return, I have been nursing M day and night. He is sick unto death. It would be best for you not to come back here for some time. Although he doesn't know about our time in London.
She says that Mr. Maybrick is sick unto death, but the doctor told her this morning that he was well on the way to recovery.
Yes, Yep. I think you'd better leave this to me.
Very good, sir. Thanks.
Michael Maybrick's suspicions were now thoroughly aroused. Even though his sister-in-law was not supposed to enter her husband's room, Michael instructed the nurse, a lady with the charming name of Gore, to keep a special watch. On the 9th of May, James Maybrick showed a marked decline. It was on this day that Mrs. Maybrick had a word with the maid Yap, who had been left in charge of the patient while the nurse had an hour off duty.
Yeah? Yeah, come here a minute, will you?
Yes, madam. What is it?
You've been behaving rather strangely to me this last day or so, yes.
Strangely, madam?
Yes. I don't want you getting any funny ideas into your head about me. What's the doctor been telling you?
The doctor, madam? Why, nothing at all. Why should the doctor be talking to me?
He suspects me, yes. He suspects that I'm trying to do away with my poor husband.
Oh, I'm sure you're wrong, madam. You're not going in to see Mr. Maybrick now, madam, are you? He's resting.
I don't think it's your position to tell me when and when not to see my own husband. Can I come in, Jim, dear?
Hello, Florrie.
Have they been keeping you away from me?
Maybrick, I'm afraid I must not allow you to stay very long. Doctor's orders.
Not allow me. Really, Yap, don't forget that I'm the mistress in this house.
She's only trying to do her duty, Florrie.
Are you getting plenty to eat, Jim? What's this bottle got in it?
Oh, please don't go touching that, madam.
Stop touching, Yap. I'm only taking it over to the light so that I can read the label.
Really, madam? I can't...
Meat juice. Well, smells quite nice.
Hey, put it down, Florrie. Can't you see you're driving poor Yap off her head? Now come and sit down and tell me what you've been doing. Hey, I wish I could come up and about with you. Hey, how's the gal?
Yap was certain that she saw Mrs. Maybrick slip something into the bottle while she was examining it over by the window. Sure enough, the contents of the bottle were analyzed later, and they were found to include arsenic. On the 10th of May, Michael, the brother, came across Florence Maybrick and 2 bottles in her hand.
Hello, Father. What are you doing?
Hello, Michael. I was making sure that Jim was getting the right medicine.
I'm sure you are.
Oh, what a nasty way you're speaking to me, Michael. Is something wrong?
I've just had the analysis of that meat juice you handled yesterday. It was found to contain arsenic.
Was it examined before I handled it?
No, but there's no suspicion attaching to anyone else in the household.
Perhaps there should be. Actually, I'll admit I put something in that bottle, and Jim asked me to. He said they kept too sharp a watch on him, so he gave me some powder and asked me to slip it into his food when Nurse wasn't looking. I suppose there must have been some arsenic in the powder. I certainly didn't know, otherwise I wouldn't have somebody else.
I'm sure you would. May I see the bottle you have in your hand, please?
I suppose you're going to have that analyzed, too.
I am.
Mr. Michael, madam, oh, come quickly, please. You must come, oh, don't come late.
What is it? Calm down and tell us quietly.
The master, sir. Oh, madam, he's taken very bad. It looks like the end. Oh, dear. Oh, the mistress is faded.
By the time Yap brought Mrs. Maybrick round, her husband was dead. The post-mortem showed inflammation of the stomach and intestines, and rather less than half a grain of arsenic was found in the body. A search was immediately made of the house. Arsenic was found in many places. A packet of the poison was found in Florence Maybrick's trunk. Traces of it were found in her clothes, and traces in bottles of medicine. There should have been none. There was some of it among the dead man's belongings as well. The evidence pointed strongly to the wife, and as soon as she was well enough to be charged, she was taken to the police station and committed for trial. Naturally, the case excited wide interest. Here was something for a journalistic field day. The possibility of a wife administering arsenic under the cloak of devotion. Was this Maybrick woman the tender nurse or the fiendish assassin? The loving wife and mother or poisoner? Whichever was the true picture. The public, at least, was out for a hanging when the case opened on the 31st of July, 1889, at the Liverpool Assizes. The trial lasted 6 days. Medical opinions were sought and given on both sides. The specialist who examined the body was positive that death was caused by arsenical poisoning, long drawn out. Mr. Maybrick's doctor pointed out that his patient had long been taking nerve tonics containing arsenic. But there was the purchase of the fly papers and the discovery of arsenic in meat juice. What had Mrs. Maybrick to say to that? Although in those days prisoners were not allowed to give evidence on their own behalf, they were allowed to make a statement. And Sir Charles Russell, the defending counsel, called on his client on the 5th day. This is what she said.
My lord, it seems that the two things that are most against me are the buying of the fly papers and the addition of the powder to the bottle of meat juice. First of all, the fly papers. I bought these to get the arsenic out of them, but not for poisoning my husband. Many years ago in America, Dr. Grace of Brooklyn prepared a cosmetic for me, which I've been unable to obtain in this country. Its basis was arsenic, and he told me that it was good for the complexion. As for the powder I put in the meat juice, my husband had many times asked me to give him some of his old medicine, which he thought did him more good than the stuff he got from London. He asked me to slip one of these powders into the bottle or into his food so that the nurse and doctor wouldn't notice. He swore to me that it would do him good. Finally, I would like to say that for the love of our children and for the sake of their future, a perfect reconciliation had taken place between James and me, and that on the day before his death I made a full and free confession of the fearful wrong I'd done him.
Perhaps it was her open association with Brierley that made Florence Maybrick so unpopular. Certainly the evidence against her was not overwhelming. Mr. Justice Stephen, who tried the case, gave the jury no definite direction. I don't think he was very sure himself. After going through all the evidence that had been given in court, he admitted that there were still two great difficulties. Not simply questions, difficulties.
These difficulties, members of the jury, are quite apart from the question of motive. The motive would seem to be that of the infidelity, at least so the prosecution makes out. But the two difficulties that remain are these. One, was the arsenic that was found in the body less than half a grain sufficient to cause death? You have heard the medical opinions. You must decide. Two, if it was sufficient, and if you believe that it did cause the death, who administered it?
The jury believed that the arsenic in the body was sufficient, and they found Florence Maybrick guilty of administering it. She was sentenced to death. But strangely enough, popular opinion, ever fickle, had swung round. Whereas the prisoner had been hissed as he entered the court, it was the judge who was booed as he left it. And immediately many influential groups went to battle to save Mrs. Maybrick from the gallows. Committees met on the Liverpool poisoning case. Demands for reprieve were signed and sent to the Home Secretary. Numerous letters were written to the Times, and the reprieve was granted. After many years of imprisonment, Mrs. Maybrick went back to America. There, not long afterwards, she died. And with her died the secrets of her husband's death. What do you think? Could that small amount of arsenic be sufficient to kill a man who had been accustomed to the poison through taking it in medicinal form for years? And which was the true Mrs. Maybrick? Now, a long time afterwards, the judge who tried the case was sitting at dinner when his neighbor turned to him and said, "I've never heard you express an opinion as to the guilt or innocence of Mrs. Maybrick." "I never did express an opinion," replied the judge. And he would say no more. And I will say no more, but I shall be back again soon to tell you some more of the secrets of Scotland Yard. Meanwhile, this is Clive Brooks saying goodbye and pleasant dreams.
The Secrets of Scotland Yard is distributed by the Center for Telecommunication Services, the University of Texas at Austin.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR, brought to you by G3PL.com.
This is Orson Welles, speaking from London.
The Black Museum. Here, in a grim stone structure on the Thames, which houses Scotland Yard, there's a warehouse of homicide, where everyday objects, a simple glass, a piece of rope, a woman's handkerchief, all are touched by murder. You take this iron bar. It's a familiar object. The handle of a jack. If you own a car, you have a jack handle. Maybe you've used it, but never, I trust, like this.
Gracie, quick, give me the jack handle.
Here, let me go. What do you want? No, don't hit me. Don't.
Today, you'll find that jack handle in the Black Museum.
From the annals of the Criminal Investigation Department of the London Police, we bring you the dramatic stories of the crimes recorded by the objects in Scotland Yard's Gallery of Death, the Black Museum.
Here we are, the Black Museum. A few yards from here, the Thames laps at the riverside of Scotland Yard. But you never know it in here. Not in this long, dim, stone-arched room. It's a kind of Mecca, a goal to be reached by students of crime and criminology the whole world over. Yes, here in this room lies death and the mementos and souvenirs of death on these shelves, in these cabinets, under this well-dusted glass. The weapons, the key clues of every homicide in which Scotland Yard has taken part for almost 100 years. Now here, in this case, the small white box. It's from Edinburgh. This death was in this box. Death by poison. The death of a too importunate lover. Now, this tiny pistol, it's oiled. It's in working order. A Derringer, it's called. The killer wore it up his sleeve. One morning at 8 o'clock, in the British tradition, the trap was sprung. The killer walked on thin air. The executioner received the customary £10. Now, here's something more familiar, a jack handle. It's intriguing. Once, according to the case book, yes, that's the story, a tale which begins innocently enough when London lived in the blackout, and many American men found their after-dark amusement in tiny, hole-in-the-wall cafes.
Think of me always, though we're far apart. Keep a tender memory within.
Well, look around. Small tables crowded together, not much light. Pretty stuffy, and the blackout curtains, the double blackout door don't help the ventilation much. The girl singing is pretty in a tawdry sort of way, provocative in the manner of a cheap pin-up, but the two young men in the American uniforms don't seem to mind.
How's about it, Tom? Not bad for a dive?
Not too bad. 5 will get you 10, it's out of bounds.
Yeah, not yet, son. Just opened. The MPs haven't cased the joint yet.
Oh, good deal.
Well, nothing to worry about, kid.
Well, who's worried? What can they do, 6 months in the stockade, maybe? That's okay with me.
Apparently, at least one of these gentlemen is over the hill. Now, their interest has shifted, and quite naturally, of course.
You think she has to sing for a living?
It can't be much of a living.
She's not too bad. Maybe she dates.
You wouldn't know what to do about it if she does.
Says who?
That says me. What were you stateside, anyway? A parson's son or a school teacher?
I worked in a bank. So what? I got along. I did all right.
Hiding in the army?
Hiding in the... Oh, maybe. Could be.
I get it. Still water runs deep and all that stuff.
Oh, look, Teddy. What you don't know won't hurt you, see?
Does that apply to Gracie?
Gracie? You mean the babe?
Well, who else? Grace Harwell, the London thrush, who don't sing half as good as she looks.
You know her?
Well, I met her a couple of times. You want to knock down?
Well, why not? Now?
Well, sure. Gracie, let's see your speed, son.
You got a ringside seat.
Well, Teddy, the Yank who thought he'd take Soho single-handed.
Sit down, Gracie. What'll you have?
My regular. Who's your friend?
Oh, meet Private Tom Bennett, Gracie Harwood. Hi.
Hello, soldier.
Let me get your drink, Gracie. Faster that way.
Hey, what about your ringside seat?
I'll be back in time. That fast you can't work.
Grace?
Yes?
How would you like to help me win a bet?
Well, this is a new approach.
Good. Now, look, all I need to win is a date with you, see, for tomorrow night. Well, how about it? After the show?
You on furlough?
Maybe. Maybe not. I'll be in town tomorrow night.
Got a car with petrol?
No, but I will have.
You say that like you meant it.
I will have a car and gas. When and where?
Well, I'm not saying for sure, but be outside at 1 o'clock in the morning. You may win your bet.
So, they met. That was the beginning. Next morning, Tom was at the appointed place, complete with jeep and fuel.
Hi, Gracie.
Hello, soldier.
Come on, climb aboard.
Where'd you get it?
Let's say I borrowed it. Shall we go?
Why not?
A boy, a girl, a jeep. In the London blackout without benefit of cherry planes and bombs. A time to relax, to make an impression on the girl. The former bank clerk made his play to the girl who sang club dates on the seamy side of London.
It's too bad. No moon tonight.
The moon means bombers.
At this point, that's not too bad.
Well, that's silly.
Oh, look, bombers mean there's a war on. No war, I wouldn't be here.
Well, what's good about that, being here?
I could itemize. One, I met you. Let's leave it at that.
You start early.
That's the States. Don't waste time.
You didn't waste time borrowing the Jeep.
What's one Jeep, more or less? I worked in the carpool. I know my way around.
You must. You went back to get the car.
What are you getting at, sister?
The car is out without a pass. So are you.
Smart girl.
I know my way around. Want to sell the Jeep? I know a fellow will give you a good price.
No, I need it.
What for?
Business.
What kind of... Look out! That bike!
Gee, thanks.
Oh.
That's no place for a bike this time of night. Nor the girl on it.
What kind of business?
I have a small problem. Being out without a pass, I don't get paid.
Oh.
Money's necessary even in wartime. I had my ways back in L.A.
Mm-hmm.
Los Angeles to you. But I need a car. You get it, Gracie? Now, if you'd like a small demonstration, we can begin.
You know, a man boasts to a girl and decides to make good the boast. This very modern variation on that theme consisted of stopping the Jeep at the side of the road, cutting the engine, waiting. Half amused, half interested, the girl sat quietly as the soldier climbed out of the car and stationed himself in the shadows. Along the road came the bicycle, the girl on it pedaling swiftly, her thoughts 1,000 miles away. She drew alongside the parked, half-hidden Jeep.
Okay, sister, I'll take that bike.
Hey, what's the idea? I've got to get home.
I want that bike, do you hear?
Oh, I won't give it.
Shut up. You want one across the mouth?
Oh, no. You leave me alone. You leave me alone. You leave me alone.
How was that, Gracie? And she left her bag. There ought to be enough left in it for a couple of beers.
So that's the way you do it in L.A.
Yeah.
You're all right, Tommy. Only next time, let's crack it for more than the price of a couple of beers.
Next time was the next evening, but early, before the bars closed. Gracie, the pin-up, said,
I won't go to work tomorrow night, and I know a spot off by itself. With a Jeep, we can get away fast, like you did it in L.A.
And they drove up to the spot, a small pub on a side road, and Gracie said,
Let's get to it, Tommy. They've got customers. That means money in the till.
But Tommy hesitated, and he said,
Too many.
Scared?
Oh, why take chances? There might even be a cop in there. Maybe later.
You promised. You said I'd be the lookout while you went in and collected.
Maybe later, not now.
Well, let's do something, Tom.
We'll find something. You want a thrill, we'll find something.
They drove away. A well-lighted, well-populated pub was not to Tom's liking. He preferred the dark roads, the byways, the lone victims. But Gracie wanted her thrill. Tom found it for her.
Hop in, miss.
Oh, this is really awfully nice of you.
But, Tom...
You wanted a thrill, baby. Well, you'll get it. Where are you headed, miss?
Well, out to Kingston, if it's on your way.
Yeah, it's on our way. You all set? Well, let's go.
Two girls and a boy racing along the unlighted road toward Kingston. Not much conversation. There never is with a hitchhiker in the car. Tom drove. Gracie waited. River flowed close to the highway. Black glass. Silent in the starlight.
What's wrong?
I think I have a flat.
Oh, I didn't hear it.
I said I think I have a flat.
Oh, yes, it does feel off a bit. The Jeep, I mean.
Felt like the left rear.
Can I help?
Well, if you'd get out, miss. You can leave your suitcase. The tools are under your seat.
Oh, of course.
What can I do?
I'll need the jack. The handle is on the floor, Gracie.
Yeah, I've got it.
You, miss. I want your handbag.
What? Oh, no. No, you keep away
Give me that
from
bag.
Oh, help, somebody. Help. Oh, no, get away from me. Get away. Pick up my dress.
Go on, Tubby. Grab her. Rough her up.
No, I won't.
Grace, quick, give me the jack handle.
Here.
Let me go. What do you want? No, don't hit me. No.
Fight back, will you?
Hit her again, Tommy. Hit her.
What for? She's done. We got her stuff.
I think she's breathing.
So what? Give me a hand.
What do we do with her?
Into the river. What do you suppose I picked this place for? Get her feet.
Stop them.
Now, into the drink she goes.
Oh, Tom.
Well, did you get a thrill out of that, baby? That's the way we do it in L.A. Knock them over and dump them someplace where they won't be found. Okay, let's get going, Gracie. We got places to go and things to do tonight.
Nice, clean fun. The end of that night's work was a jack handle. A jack handle. It lies today in the Black Museum.
In just a moment, we will continue with The Black Museum, starring Orson Welles. And now we continue with The Black Museum, starring Orson Welles.
It was to be some time before the jack handle came to rest in the Black Museum. A trail of blood and misadventure was yet to be blazed through wartime London. Tom and Grace were amateurs at crime like this, but they knew enough to cover their tracks. They ditched the Jeep, parking it in a rubbed street. They took cover during daylight, but night in the blackout with their cloak as they prowled for further victims.
I'm sick of walking.
Does my lady want her limousine?
I want a ride. Do you hear, Tommy boy?
I hear. Come on, we'll duck into this vestibule. Something will be along. Give me a kiss.
Oh, you never have enough.
Haven't kissed a babe in a doorway since L.A. Good.
What's that in your pocket?
This? You like it? Shell in the chamber, full clip.
Where'd you get it?
Army stores, Natch. Pretty?
Throw it away.
Are you kidding?
Do you know what they give you for carrying a pistol in this country?
Well, what's the difference? We killed that dame, didn't we? They take us, it's the chair anyway.
Well, over here, it's the rope. At 8 o'clock in the morning. I'm cold, Tommy. I'm cold.
You cold? Maybe you're the warmest thing in London. What's that, a car?
Must be.
Come on.
Throw the pistol away.
You want to ride, don't you? Hey, driver, give us a lift.
He's stopping for us.
Obliging fellow, isn't he?
Where to, Yank?
Your way, towards Shepherd's Bush. My girl's got kind of tired of walking.
This is awfully nice of you.
I'm a taxi, you know. Private car with hack license. I'll have to charge you for the ride.
Well, we don't mind, do we, honey? We got plenty of money. Hop in. In the back.
Private car with hack license. Driver James Carter. Direction east. Through the blackouts. The blue, shaded headlights barely glowing in the gloom. After a little distance.
Driver, we changed our minds. How much would it cost me to go a little way further? Out as far as Shepherd's Bush.
Driver Carter obliged. It was his job. Pick up passengers, deliver them through the blackout wherever they wanted to go for a price. A living of sorts. Driver Carter thought of it as a living.
It's plenty deserted out here.
The Jerrys did a thorough job out this way.
It's near the docks, isn't it?
I suppose so.
Oh, it's a good place.
Perfect. You think he's got any money?
All right, driver, stop here.
Yes, sir. Nothing here but the rubble.
You heard me. Stop. You know what this is?
Service pistol.
You hold it, Gracie.
Got it.
Now, don't move, driver. She's got an itchy finger.
You can have my wallet.
Keep him covered, Gracie, while I open the front door. Give me back the gun.
Hurry, Tom.
All right, you, driver, get out. On this side.
You can have a car, too. Just leave me alone.
Gracie, did you ever see the hole a 45 makes in a man?
No, Tommy. Never.
No, John!
Big enough to put your fist through in the back where it came out. Let's toss him in the rubble. That'll do it. Now we can ride anywhere you want to go.
It doesn't take much to kill a man. You pull the trigger. The firing pin strikes the cartridge. The powder explodes. Then the bit of lead tears into the man. That's all. Nothing left but a few chemicals, which once were living flesh. A few rags of clothing. Toss it into the rubble. Dust to dust. Dawn comes to the warring city. The sun touches the rubble. The sun moves warmly over the cold rubble, over the dead. The night watchers start home. The fire wardens, weary but relieved after a quiet night, take a shortcut toward their breakfasts and a few hours' sleep.
Margie, hey, what's that?
Body, seems like.
This area was cleared out months ago.
He's fresh, that one. Let's have a look, shall we?
They had their look. It wasn't pleasant.
Shot through the chest.
Stay here. I'll find a call box.
The fire warden placed his call. He rang straight through to Scotland Yard. A short while later, a man picked up the telephone on his desk. Inside the Greystone building on the Thames.
Inspector Mason here.
Sergeant Davis, sir.
Go ahead, Sergeant.
The body found in the East End, sir, shot to death. Large caliber from the size of the wound. Probably a service pistol.
Identified as yet?
The identity papers are still on him, sir. James Carter, taxi driver, private car registration, tag number RD7445.
The car?
No sign of it, sir. Tire marks in the road. It's a thoroughly bombed area, sir. Very little traffic.
Another one. Very well. Send out the usual teletype. Description of the car. You know, check for relations, friends of the deceased. Well, that's all we can do for now.
Routine. The teletype to all police stations. The constables memorize the details where they go on patrol. London is a big, sprawling city. The blackout isn't any help. That's all for now. But the wheels had begun to turn. Routine, inexorable, never-ending. And so, another telephone call.
Constable Gray, Inspector.
Yes?
Ladbroke Station. I believe I have the car that was posted this morning.
Uh-huh.
RD 7445. Black sedan. It's parked in Bush Mews.
Yeah?
That's a dead end, sir. It's facing out.
Oh, very good, Gray. Stand by. We'll be along shortly.
A sharp-eyed constable on the blackout, the parked car. Routine. Inexorable. Inevitable.
Cut your engine, Sergeant. This'll do it. Yes, sir. Usual routine. If there's an attempt to drive out, turn on your headlights. The driver will be blinded. Very good, sir. Gray. Constable Gray.
Yes, sir.
Inspector Mason, CID. Anything yet?
No, sir, not yet. There's a pinhole in the blackout curtain, second-story window of the house behind the car. There was a light up there.
Mm-hmm. Nothing now.
It went out a moment ago, sir.
Take post behind the car, Gray. Accost anyone who approaches it. The area's covered. There'll be no escape.
Yes, sir.
The constable's footsteps fade and stop. Silence. Darkness. The trap is set. They wait. No movement, no sound. Not even the glow of a cigarette. Just darker shadows in the darkness. In the depths of the little mews, a door opens and closes. Footsteps briefly. 2 pairs of footsteps. The car door opens. Then Constable Gray calls out,
Don't start the engine there. You're under arrest.
Sergeant, your lights.
Tommy, the coppers.
They got us boxed.
Gray!
You won't take me.
Hold him, Gray!
Got him, son. You got nothing on me.
Never mind that. It's my duty to inform you that you're under arrest. You'll be charged with murder. And I warn you that anything you say will be taken down in writing and may be used in evidence.
You can't prove anything.
Run the rule on him, Constable.
Yes, sir. This, sir. Service pistol.
Oh, good enough. Take them along.
All right, you two.
Don't touch me. I'll go along. He made me go with him. He threatened me with a pistol. He made me go along.
That was her cry. All through the trial, which followed swiftly. That was the plea of the tawdry little pin-up from the seamy side of London.
He made me do it. He hit me, showed me his pistol. He made me do it.
What of the robberies, the cheap, shilling-sized robberies?
Yes, I took that girl's purse. I went through the driver's wallet before we left his body, but he made me do it. You've got to believe me. He made me do it.
There were other, far less hysterical witnesses, men who spoke with a calm certainty of truth. There was the ballistics expert.
There is absolutely no doubt. The bullet which killed James Carter, the driver of that hired car, was found in the flooring of the car. We have compared it with test bullets fired from the pistol found on the accused. The rifling marks are identical. The death bullet was fired from that pistol.
Tom Bennett, accused of murder, wanted for desertion by the United States Army, former bank clerk. He played his role defiantly.
I tell you, she's framing me. This whole deal was her idea. You should have seen the bang she got when she watched what was going on. Now she's trying to pass the buck to me.
And with customary thoroughness, Scotland Yard turned up a surprise witness.
Yes, those are the two. She gave him the jack handle and he hit me with it. They threw me in the river. The lorry driver found me. I know them anywhere.
He made me go along. He made me. I'll prove it. I'll show you where we left the Jeep. The jack handle's still in it.
Gentlemen of the jury, have you reached a verdict?
We have, my lord.
Let the prisoners face the jury. What is your verdict?
We find both defendants guilty of murder and add a recommendation of mercy for the female prisoner.
Oh, yes, juries behave somewhat strangely at times. This one was impressed with a plea of compulsion, but not quite enough, it seems, to acquit Grace Harwell. Thus, it came about in due course that the judge pronounced the sentence.
Thomas Bennett, you have been found guilty of murder. The sentence of the court is that you be hanged by the neck until you are dead. And then may the Lord have mercy on your soul.
On Grace Harwell, the judge pronounced the same terrible sentence. But the jury's recommendation for mercy led the Home Secretary to commute this to penal servitude for life. A lifetime for Grace Harwell to remember.
He made me go along. He made me go along.
No jack handle. It lies today in the Black Museum. So much for the story of Grace and Tom. Tom's life ended on the scaffold. The life of Grace Harwell continues in the drab monotony of Holloway Prison. The service pistol, of course, and the jack handle remain in their places, their special places of honor, on a shelf in that curious room which is known in Scotland Yard as the Black Museum. And now, until next time, till we meet again in the same place, and I tell you another story of the Black Museum, I remain, as always, obediently yours.
You have been listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR, brought to you by G3PL.com. Don't forget to subscribe for more videos.
I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Old Time Radio Research Group for their remarkable efforts in preserving and archiving the captivating world of old time radio programs. Their dedication to safeguarding these precious audio gems ensures that future generations can relish the enchanting stories, music, and entertainment of the past. Their invaluable contribution allows us to step back in time and experience the magic of radio history firsthand. Their link is in the description below.